Johnner some confidence.
Absolutely. Puff his chest up a little bit. You know, Kansas felt that they could hang inside in pass protection from guard to guard against Nebraska. They certainly did there, gave him a great pocket. They lost track of Galbraith out of the backfield. The nephew of Tony Galbraith, great running back at Missouri who had a nice NFL career.
And Dave, I know you played against him. He was a great receiver out of the backfield, one of the all-time receivers out of the backfield, and I guess his nephew has pretty good hands also.
Soft hands, yeah.
Van straight ahead, and actually they had come up short on first down. I thought they had gotten 11. They got about 9.5. Flags come in as Van is dropped after a 2-yard gain. It would be enough for a first down, but Terry Turlington will sort things out for us.
Yeah, there's a flag. I don't know if there's a false start.
The offense, 5-yard penalty, no play, still second down.
They didn't blow it dead, and I thought they should have blown that thing dead earlier than they did. They let the play unfold. Normally, as you can see in the very top of the screen, receiver flinching before the snap of the football, feigning the start of a play before the snap of the football. That's a no-no.
Johnner looking to the sideline for the play. 9:57 to go, opening quarter, no score. Kansas has actually had it twice after a muffed punt. Nebraska once, and both teams still without a first down.
Glenn Mason trying to figure out what the heck is going wrong with his offense. Now, the offensive linemen know who to block. They're just not getting it done technique-wise.
Johnner, time breaking down. He loses the football. Is that a fumble?
Incomplete.
Now they're ruling it incomplete. Jason Peter got there. Jason Peter, the younger brother of Christian Peter, who made some All-American teams last year.
Got an injury for the Cornhuskers.
Yeah, it's Mike Foreman.
Yeah.
He's had a bad grind. He's been battling that injury, Dave, for the better part of a year.
Yeah, he had a hip flexor problem that turned into a groin. It started in his pelvic area, and then it turned. Now he's grabbing that right ankle, and he's touching that outside. Looks like a high ankle sprain possibly for Foreman. Boy, I tell you, it's the hip flexor, then the groin, then the ankle. He's got more problems than a run-over dog right now.
I'd say so.
Man. And you can see as the offensive lineman lunges to recover that football to make a play on it, Cleve Roberts, Foreman gets his right ankle caught up underneath there. Take a look up front. Offensive line, decent protection initially, and then it breaks down, and man, Johnner just gets drilled. That's the amazing thing about Nebraska. Even the defensive linemen have great closing speed. Foreman not able to get off the field under his own power. That's not a good sign at all. Not putting any weight on that right ankle at all.
3rd down and 5. A manageable distance for KU, considering teams against Nebraska this year average better than 8 yards to go on 3rd down. They'll roll the pocket, pressure coming. Johnner has it away. First down to Hosea Friday, out of bounds at the 41. He's the more receiver type of the tight ends. He goes about 250. They have two pretty good tight ends in Moore and Friday.
Yeah, Friday, Charlie McBride thinks that he'll play at the next level. A great receiver. Farley unblocked on the backside. He can run probably 500 meters. That's the thing about these linebackers. They run like defensive backs. They run 10.3 to 10.5 meter dashes. They can fly around the football field.
They give to the up back, Galbraith, and he stood up in the hole. He meets Jason Peter. Also, number 98 in there is Grant Wistrom, O-guard, 97, who's 6'6" and 310.
Wistrom got knocked down by the fullback on the play prior to that. Johnner had a great completion for a first down, and that's what Kansas is going to try to do. On the defensive ends, they're going to change it up. They're going to try to pin him into the inside with a tight end. They're going to chop him to the ground with the fullback. The play before, Wistrom was chopped right to the ground by the fullback very effectively. 2nd and 9.
Bird goes to the top. Johnner changing the play. Galbraith the lone setback. Here comes the counter. They just react so well in red. The black shirts. It's a 2-yard loss. Eric Stokes and Terrell Farley there. Mike Minner also in the neighborhood.
They swarm like bees. There were 10 red jerseys around the football when the play was finalized. Looks good right here. Got a lineman out in front throwing a block. Look at the inside-out pursuit. Wistrom, and then boom. There's red jerseys everywhere. 10 defensive players within 3 yards of the football when the back was on the ground. That is incredible. They pepper you and pepper you to death, wear you down. They're in such great physical condition, and they're relentless. Now, Tomich, every single snap, Tomich says, thank you for the opportunity to play here at Nebraska.
Look at those defensive rankings. They're also among the top 5 in college football, never mind just the Big 12.
You know, another stat, 1.7 yards per rush they're allowing. 1.7. That is minuscule. I mean, it's just incredible number.
And they also have 33 sacks coming in. 8:05 to go first quarter. No score right now. Nebraska and Kansas in Lincoln.
If there's lots of places that you would like to see,
Fly Southwest Airlines, because friends fly free.
fly so you can learn.
Fly so you can earn.
For romance.
Give it a chance.
Fly so you can dance.
Fly so you can cry.
Fly so you can yell.
Fly because it's something that you were born to sell.
Fly, 'cause it's America.
From sea to shining sea.
And if you fly Southwest Airlines,
your friend flies free.
Purchase full unrestricted fare by October 31st and a friend flies free.
You're the one I can count on, day after day. Oh, there's no second guessing. You show me the way. You're a part of me. That's the heart of me. Together we are harmony. Dr. Pepper, you're a part. You're the part.
Jesse, you're next.
I'm all yours.
Save it for the stage, Romeo.
Carol always gives it to me straight. Like when she told me about my...
I told him about Head & Shoulders. Regular shampoos just rinse flakes away so they could come back. Head & Shoulders helps prevent flakes from even forming. You see the difference? You look great.
Thanks, but will it get me this part?
Couldn't hurt.
Head & Shoulders, because great hair can't have flakes.
Hey, break a leg.
Big 12 conference football is brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. And by Southwest Airlines with low fares on every flight, every seat, every day. We're in Lincoln, Nebraska. No score between Kansas and the Corn Huskers with Dave Lapham and Lisa Molosky. I'm Drew Goodman. It's 3rd and 11 for the Jayhawks. They come out in a spread formation. Pressure coming. Johnner's going to be sacked again. He has no time. This time it's Grant Wistrom, his 7th plus sack of the year, 7.5.
That's right. Tomich and Wistrom already with a quarterback sack apiece, giving them 35 on the season. Nebraska's offensive line has only given up 6 sacks, almost a 30-sack differential. That's huge field position swing right there. And you notice 3rd and 11 for Kansas, off schedule again, no rhythm.
Chevin Wiggins is in the middle. This is a good punt by Royal. Wiggins at his own 23 trying to get to the wall. And he will not get there. He's brought down by Luke Richardson on special teams, and a flag comes in. Punt of 41 yards by Royal.
Now is the perfect time to start weightlifting. The perfect time for SoloFlex. For a lot of good reasons. No other exercise is better for your overall health than weightlifting. The muscle you build on SoloFlex increases your metabolism to burn fat 24 hours a day. Weightlifting also boosts your immune system and increases your aerobic capacity. Weightlifting strengthens your bones and tendons. And nothing works better than weightlifting to improve your looks and energy. Now is the perfect time to call SoloFlex. Call now for your free brochure and video.
cool, huh?
Golden Pat Rule, the offensive coordinator for Kansas, is down there on a knee talking to his offensive unit. He said, we needed to get healthy. He said, this is about the last place you want to come and get healthy.
Oh, it really is. I mean, they are so tough to run the football against. Kansas has run the ball on first down 3 times for -2 yards, Drew, and they've been knocked off schedule every time they've had the ball.
Just the second time for Nebraska. Mon Green on the toss. Not a whole lot doing there. Gets a couple of yards. Pat Rule's been around the Jayhawk program for a while. He's been at 6 different schools as an offensive coordinator, well respected. Said if there's a cigarette out there, their defense is jaws. We've got to have a big harpoon if we're going to have a chance. You know what? I think every coach on Glenn Mason's staff is similar in personality almost to Mason. Funny guys.
They could all go on Leno or Letterman. They could do a nice little stand-up routine, the whole coaching staff. It'd be awesome.
Here's the option look. Frost to Green. They get the corner knocked down. First down for Amon. Load option to the 34-yard line. And that was a typical Nebraska option play.
Well, Nebraska will run the option out of 10 different offensive sets. And the key for Nebraska, watch the block up top. Vedral working down the football field. The fullback or the lead back gets the linebacker down. Vedral working down the football field at the secondary level. Kansas wanted to make Frost hold on to the football in the option, make him win, beat them running the football. That time he was able to get it to his pitchman, Amon Green, who has blazing speed.
Kansas confuses Scott Frost. Frost takes a look at the defense in his pre-snap read and calls a timeout. So he'll visit with Turner Gill and Tom Osborne on the sideline. Still no score. And we get an update on a Nebraska injury from Lisa Milosky. Lisa.
Thanks, Drew. Defensive back Mike Fulman bruised the side of his right ankle. They retaped it. He was running along the sideline. It appears as though he'll be right back in there when they need him. Drew, Dave?
Well, that's certainly good news. We talked to Tom Osborne yesterday about his much maligned offense, and here's what he had to say.
Offensively, I think we've been good and bad. We've had 3 or 4 very good offensive football games, hardly any turnovers, excellent production. And then we've had a couple that weren't very good, and so that's been a little bit puzzling. And yet, I guess if you know much about athletics, you realize that nothing's perfect all the time.
Tom Osborne yesterday. The amazing thing is Nebraska's averaging 415 yards a game in total offense. There aren't too many coaches in the country that wouldn't take that kind of production.
No, and almost almost 40 points a game. Scoring. They're incredible offensively. They've won 10 rushing titles under Coach Osborne. Now they've won 12 altogether. They won a couple under Coach Devaney. But this is unbelievable. The pipeline up front is the key to it. And look what they do for the I-backs. I mean, they've for over 1,000 yards combined and averaging over 6 yards a pop combined, 13 touchdowns. That's big time.
2 tight end formation. They'll fake to
got him.
A bunch. All alone is Vershawn Jackson. And Vershawn will get it to the 24-yard line of Kansas. Good throw from Scott Frost. Vershawn Jackson, the junior from Omaha.
Well, little play action pass. There's Jackson right there. He's the intended, or he is the target. Little play action. Look at the Kansas linebackers bite.
Amon Green gets to the 20-yard line, a pickup about 5 on that play. Let's take a look again at the big strike on the play action.
Well, the linebackers all sucked up on the play action. Jackson gets a clean release, and it's off to the races. Frost does a nice job of just laying it out there. Tight end not rerouted off the line of scrimmage whatsoever, and they had to respect the fake to Amon Green. All the linebackers dove toward the line of scrimmage. Huge cavity to take advantage of.
Vershawn with 4 receptions this year. 2 have been touchdowns. They go out of the ace-back formation. Here's the counter. Amon Green slipping inside, gets a couple before he's dropped by Ronnie Ward. And Also number 70, the nose tackle, Brett McGraw.
Well, the key to this football game, Kansas is loading up the box. They've got 8, 9 people between the tackles. That time they ran the counter. Nebraska trying to combat that by bringing some left side offensive linemen over to the right side to even the numbers up. Still an unblocked player. The running back has to make the unblocked safety miss, and that time Green did pretty well.
Makovica and Amon Green on 3rd down and 3 in the eye.
Audible.
With hand signals, they'll go toss sweep. Green trying to cut it back, and he makes a nice little move for a 1st down. Just a subtle plant. Got him enough for the 1st down. There were a lot of white jerseys in the neighborhood, but Green, I think, got the necessary yardage.
Makovica is key in this play. Watch number 45, the lead fullback, get his block. Does a nice job. That's a knockdown. That's a great knockdown right there. He took the linebacker to the turf. Steve Bratton went down. You know, not only offensive linemen have knockdowns, the backs, the wide receivers, everybody on this team knocks people to the ground.
They give to Makovica, and he'll barrel inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. Doesn't look pretty, but it got 5 yards.
Well, reward the guy. You throw a nice lead block and give him the football. You throw him a bone for a job well done. Let the big dog eat a little bit, you know. But when Nebraska's on 8 cylinders, Drew, if they have 75, 80 snaps in a football game, they'll have 120 knockdowns. They'll get 60 out of the offensive line. They'll get 30 out of the running backs, and they'll get 30 out of the wide receivers. They take great pride in finishing blocks and taking people to the turf.
They count all those pancakes.
They do. I'll tell you what, it's the international house out here.
Amon Green picking his spot, and he runs into a backer. That was a fine play that time by Steve Bratton, who was pancaked a moment ago, and this time he pancakes Amon Green, so it'll bring up a 3rd down and about 4.
And Bratton playing in place of Jason Thorin, who is a great inside linebacker for this football team. Ronnie Ward, Jason Thorin, tough inside. Thorin is dressed out, will play only in an emergency. Bratton has to step up, and it's the true definition of a team. You know, when one steps down, when one sits down, you get your opportunity, and you have to perform.
Nebraska success rate on 3rd down 45% this year, which is a good figure. Frost will try to throw for it. Looking end zone, touchdown Nebraska. It's Sheldon Jackson.
It's a law firm, Jackson & Jackson. I tell you what, it's set up the big play to Vershawn Jackson, touchdown to Sheldon Jackson, utilizing the tight ends in the passing attack off play action exceptionally well. Take a look at what Scott Frost does. You know, once you get the running game established, everything else falls into place for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Excellent job of play action, getting the big tight end involved.
And by the way, he is no relation to Vershawn, though they do play the same position. Chris Brown, extra point, is right there. So Nebraska leads it 7-0, and this was a great throw from Frost, Dave.
Very accurate throw. He was patient, too. That was the key. Little misdirection. Guard pulls to the left. Frost rolls to the right. Sets his feet. That's the key. Throws off the back foot. Great mechanics right there. He knew as soon as he let the football go, it was a touchdown. That's a tremendous amount of confidence by a young quarterback. The first pass of the game that he threw, because of pressure and lack of patience by him, his mechanics weren't there, and he threw an incompletion. That time, he made an adjustment, corrected things, threw a touchdown. This guy's got great physical talent.
For more on that man, we go down again to Lisa Milosky. Lisa.
Thanks, guys. Just a little bit more on Scott Frost. Coach Tom Osborne told us that early on, Scott was worried too much about making mistakes. Seems to have corrected things, especially in the last 4 games or so. Back to you guys.
Yeah, you know, Tommy Frazier was talking about that, and he said the first 5 games his freshman year, he was so afraid of making the big mistake, he was tentative out there. Scott Frost fell into that category, and now he's not so concerned about making the mistake. He's just letting the offense flow and come to him, and major difference in his performance, no question.
Brown will kick it deep, and he hammers this one again. This also will hit about 7 yards deep and go through. So Kansas, trailing 7-0, will have it at the 20-yard line. Another quick footnote about Scott Frost. They test you, and you spent time in the weight room with Boyd Epley, who's legendary in strength circles in college football.
He certainly is.
Scott Frost is the strongest, most agile athlete they've ever had at quarterback in terms of speed, strength, and agility. All the tests they run, that guy's number one. Better than Tommy Frazier, better than Turner Gill, his position coach.
He won the state title in the shot put his senior year in high school. Runner-up was his right tackle, Eric Anderson. He put the shot over 58 feet. That's big time.
Van, a little bit of room, maybe to the 24-yard line. Boy, it is near impossible to run between the tackles against Nebraska. Eric Warfield came up from a safety spot and made a play for the Huskers. 2nd down and 6, and if you're Kansas, you'll take that kind of play.
Oh yeah, you got to get a positive gain on 1st down, stay on schedule. You know, this Nebraska team, we said, giving up 1.7 a rush, only 1 touchdown rushing. That was in the 4th quarter of the 1st game. They've gone 20 quarters without giving up a rushing touchdown.
Galbraith will take the football, and he is hit almost immediately by Peter Lowe. And then up high by Ogard. Terrell Farley's also there. Pickup of just 1, and it's 3rd and 5.
Jason Peter has a broken hand. He's got a cast on that right hand. He broke it in last week's football game. And you can see in that right hand, he's cast it up, and he's got that cast padded. He's not going to miss any football. Broken hand, that's not going to keep him out. Look at that club now. The officials look at it and they say you can't use it as a weapon. It's got to be padded up properly so nobody can get hurt. So he has to get in a left-handed stance. The left hand down, he's a right-handed guy, can't use that right hand.
Pressure coming underneath the bird, not enough for a 1st down. Farley grabbed him immediately on the slant route. Kansas 2 yards shy. They'll have to punt it back to Nebraska.
This defensive football team, Drew, in my opinion, this is the 2nd time I've seen them. They are the most athletic, fast, quick defensive football team I've ever seen in college football. And you know what? The one-back set made Charlie McBride make his move. You know, the one-back set changed college football about as much as the option did, because Charlie McBride was going down there to those bowl games and Coach Osborne against Miami, Florida State, people like that. They went to the 4-3 defense. Instead of the 5-2, went to the 4-3, and as we talked about, those linebackers are oversized defensive backs, so you don't have to make substitutions in the nickel. You can put those linebackers on wide receivers in coverage, and people try to run at them, they can't get it done, because these guys will hit you, they'll strike you, they've got speed. They basically run a nickel or a dime every snap. They almost have 6 defensive backs on the field every single defensive play.
It is frightening how fast they are.
Oh, it's incredible.
They did steal a page from the Florida schools.
Right. You can't, you know what, you look at some plays. I mean, I've watched some plays tonight look like they're going to go somewhere. There's a helmet on a helmet, and they separate and close like heat-seeking missiles. You can't get it away from them. It's incredible.
Let's look over the last few years what has happened to the preseason #1 according to the Associated Press poll. This year or last year was Florida State, of course Nebraska, back-to-back national champions. Florida State in '93 went wire to wire. Miami, Florida State 3 times has been the preseason #1 for Bobby Bowden. This year it was Nebraska, and right now it's the Florida Gators, #1 in the nation. Royal will punt it deep to one of 3 players, and this is McFarland from the 35, and he'll get it to the 38. Pretty good coverage by Kansas, 37-yard punt and a minimal return.
You know, Drew, I think 1st down is a huge down in any college football game. Kansas has averaged 2.2 yards on 5 1st down plays. Nebraska has averaged 11.8 yards on 5 1st down plays. So Kansas has found themselves out of rhythm, off schedule. Nebraska has gotten over a 1st down every 1st down play. So it's a big difference in this game right now.
They fake the option, now they're going to throw it. Looking down the middle toward Cheatham, and the catch is made. Kenny Cheatham with a circle grab at the 27.
Well, now you got a confident quarterback. Tom Osborne knows that Scott Frost is feeling good out there. He is throwing the football very, very well. Nice route down the football field. Cheatham runs a simple post pattern. They're in man coverage, ends up being a little crossing route, and he just runs away from his coverage guy, Jason Harris. Safety can't get there soon enough to help. nice effort by quarterback, offensive line, receiver, all executed well.
This kid has really handled not only the pressure of playing quarterback at Nebraska, the pressure of following up Tommy Frazier. They faked a reverse, and it was actually a gift to the fullback.
They ended up giving it to the reverse.
They did give it to the reverse guy. That faked me out completely. It was Wiggins with the ball.
That's nice ball handling.
You know
right
what we
there.
need? We need the Fox tracker.
Yeah, that's right. Put a little.
I had no idea who had it.
A little prestidigitation out there by the quarterback. Little sleight of hand, little magic, and Scott Frost fakes to the fullback, gives to the wingback coming in a reverse, and Wiggins is around the corner for big yards on first down.
2nd and 5, Amon Green. Met in the hole by Tony Blevins, actually a couple of yards downfield. He'll be about 2 shy of a first down. 7-0 Nebraska, and that will, in all probability, be the final snap of chapter number 1 in Lincoln. The Cornhuskers, with an 81-yard drive, have a 7-0 lead. They have won 27 in a row against the University of Kansas.
Here we go.
You fill me with passion, like an old sweet song. Sweet song, yeah. You're a part of me, that's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
At BASF, we don't make the mattress, we make it softer. We don't make the boots, we make them drier. We don't make the house, we make it livelier. We don't make the snowboard, we make it stronger. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
Is this pig's breath a sexual turn-on? Has this man created a roadmap for the perfect face? And can this guy make you irresistible? Explore what really appeals to the opposite sex. The answers may be right under your nose as scientists take a serious look at the science of sex on Discover Magazine. Wednesday at 9 Eastern and Pacific on the Discovery Channel. Explore your world.
Nebraska, the Cornhuskers leading the Jayhawks 7-0. Drew Goodman, Dave Lapham, Lisa Molosky, and the Huskers on the move again. They have a 3rd and about 2.5 from the plus 20-yard line. There's the touchdown maker, Sheldon Jackson. Amon Green with room. First down and more to the 11-yard line. Ronnie Ward finally grabbed him by a jersey and brought him to the turf. They'll move the chains again for the Huskers.
Cozied up to his fullback, Makovica, very, very nicely. Showed tremendous patience. The offensive line got a surge. Makovica got in there and got his block. Green broke a tackle. Man, I'll tell you, Nebraska, they just keep coming at you with different offensive sets, Drew. They've got 10 different formations. They can run the option out of all 10 of them. A lot of pressure if you're a linebacker for Kansas.
Frost changing the play. Turns to Makovica and Green. The crowd helps him out. Here's Green with a blocker on the corner. He'll walk in. Touchdown. What a block by
Makovica.
Joel Makovica made it happen. Amon Green, that's a touchdown and two-hand touch.
And the key is, yeah, you're exactly right. He's untouched. The dirty work was done by the boys up front. And Makovica, the fullback, number 45. Watch him get out on the perimeter. The pitch man takes the quarterback's taken. The pitch man is out there. Watch Makovica hook. He gets tied up, sustains his block, gets outside position. No chance for Blevins. Tremendous effort. Watch him sustain this block. Ooh, almost a little hole, but he got away with it, the inside hand.
The extra point was good. 14-0. They run a clinic on offense. They really do. In terms of fundamentals, one of the things they look at, Dave, with their wide receivers, not so much how they catch the football. That's almost a bonus. Those guys are, you like to give away badges for offensive linemen. If a fullback wins an honorary Hog title, their offensive linemen are like, their wideouts are like O-linemen at times.
The best blockers in the country, and a lot of people will tell you the best blocking wide receiver, maybe in the history of the National Football League, is a guy named Irving Fryer, who played his college football here at Nebraska. And I'll tell you what, you have to block to play fullback and wide receiver at Nebraska. And Amon Green loves the people that do the dirty work for him. I tell you, you give Green that type of opportunity, he's going to kill you.
Amon Green been playing with turf toe the last couple of weeks. They say he's closer to 100% this week. He certainly looked that way on that run.
You know, Drew, Nebraska's had the football 3 possessions. They've already used 7 different offensive linemen. They're rotating a lot of components to that pipeline. Taylor's already played center and guard.
Pretty good boot into the wind. Isaac Bird, very dangerous from the 6. Not so dangerous there. Dropped at the 19-yard line. Coming down and covering the kick was Travis Toline. And again, we check in with Lisa Molosky.
Guys, this is what is called a black shirt. It is used during practice, and they give these to the first team defense. These are very coveted jerseys. About 20 years ago, they started giving the black shirts to the starters on the defense. This is Jason Peters' jersey, 55. It's got marks all over it. I'll tell you what, these are so coveted. I want to make sure he gets it back because at 6'5", 285, I don't want to take him on after the game. Drew.
Van lost the ball. Nebraska has it.
Tomich.
It's Jared Tomich. You're right. A member of the Black Shirts.
That's right. There's 15 black shirts. All the starters on defense. If the number 1 punt returner is a defensive player, he gets one. And it is a very emotional thing when the defensive players get those black shirts. And here's the reason why. Watch Tomich separate from the block. And he hits Van, strips him, recovers the football, makes the tackle, forces the fumble, recovers a fumble, all in one play. Gold star on the forehead.
And he gets bonus points for that.
Big time.
Frost goes straight back, slip screen, Holbein getting through. Holbein will score.
Wow.
Nebraska can get on you in a hurry. 2 touchdowns within a minute.
You feel like you're in the midst of a natural disaster. It's a tidal wave. It keeps coming at you. You can't get out of the way of it. You're in the midst of Jaws right now, and you run out of harpoons. The Red Sea is everywhere.
Good effort by Holbein, the senior from the state of Nebraska.
Kansas had it defended, Drew. He just ran away from everybody. They kind of over-pursued. They were there.
Chris Brown, perfect on the extra point. 21-0, Huskers.
Holbein is there. The defenders, good blocks down the field by the offensive line. Once he finds the crease, it's golden goalposts.
Light, the silver bullet. It's shipped cold to tap the clean taste of the Rockies.
It's a fall festival of colors at Steinbrink Landscaping Center. With fall upon us, you don't have to say goodbye to a beautiful landscape and colorful yard. Steinbrinks has a huge selection of plants, trees, and shrubs for you to enjoy all year round. Plus, Steinbrinks takes care of your landscaping needs in designing, installation, and maintenance. And they also carry a full line of landscaping products and consulting. That's Steinbrink Landscaping Center at 2010 30th Avenue in Kearney. Give them a call or stop out today to help get your landscape project growing.
At the new Home Shopping Network, you set the rules.
Like more regular programs, so I can find just what I want.
For the best selection of brand name fashions, watch In Style Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. and Saturday at 9 a.m. Whatever your activities or tastes, we've got your look. It's your home. Shouldn't you set the rules? Home Rules. America's first home shopping network serves you best.
Finally, somebody's playing by my rules.
For a guy not too popular the last couple of weeks in Nebraska, despite winning, Frost 4 of 5 early, 103 yards, a couple of touchdowns, and the Huskers rolling already over the Jayhawks. And the last touchdown pass to the senior Holbein. Brendan doesn't get rewarded much for all of the fine blocks he makes downfield, but he did a good job when he got his mitts on the ball. Broke a tackle on a slip screen and got in the end zone. One-play drive. This is a very short kick and a fair catch called by Isaac Bird. You seldom see that on a kick, but it is perfectly legal, and Kansas will have it at the 23-yard line. Total offense. This is a contrast to a year ago. Nebraska won big over KU a year ago, but special teams played a huge role because at halftime, Dave, Kansas outgained Nebraska by about 150 yards in the first half, yet trailed 14-3.
Yeah, and actually they had more first downs and more yards offense for the whole game and lost 41-3, so kicking game became a factor in that one.
But it's been all Huskers so far. Up route, Bird's out there. Bird has it. Bird will go. 77 yards, no flag, touchdown, Kansas.
Now they had the wind at their back. In the first quarter, Kansas going into the wind couldn't get much done. That time they matched Bird up against Brown, the true freshman, and Bird ran by him. Bird was flying. John put it out there. Here's the matchup. Bird and Brown. Nothing fancy. Off the line of scrimmage, releases clean, and then just turns the Jets on. Johnner's got the wind at his back, hits him perfectly. Brown's beaten, he knows it. Bird knows he's got a touchdown. Huge play.
And the extra point is good by Jeff McCord. Maybe that'll give Kansas some life. Bird, a catch now in 18 consecutive games, and they did pick on the freshman, Dave.
Well, they wanted to get this matchup, Bird on Brown, and Bird came out the victor here, not even close. And Bird, this guy, he was all conference as a center fielder in baseball, 11th round pick by the Cardinals. He was undecided until June if he was going to come back and play football, but big play potential like that. Johnner and the coaches of Kansas are awfully glad that Bird came back. I'll tell you, the last two sport all-conference player, Nolan Cromwell. Great quarterback at Kansas as well as a track man.
Let's get more on Mr. Bird. Here's Lisa.
Well, Dave, as you mentioned, Bird was drafted in the 11th round this past spring by the St. Louis Cardinals. I talked to him before the game. He said he will go back to spring training in March. The football draft will happen while he is at spring training. He said he'll wait and see if he's lucky enough to get drafted by somebody, and then he'll have a tough decision to make, football or baseball. He said he likes baseball better, but he figures he can make a little more money in football right off the bat. Back to you guys.
I'll tell you, the other thing about this guy, averaging over 35 yards per punt return. Look at this kick with the wind at the back.
McCord kicks it halfway to Grand Island.
See ya. Bye-bye. Is there helium in that ball?
I mean, that thing was thumped. No chance for Damon Benning there to return it. He's also a dangerous one in the kick return game. And looks like Benning's going to stay in, play a little eye back.
You know, Drew, for the second week in a row, we've got wind. That's a huge factor. Texas A&M, Kansas State last week, you were hamstrung going into the wind, and you opened up when you had it at your back. Nebraska has got the wind in their face now. Scott Frost threw a touchdown with the wind at his back. I'll tell you, though, the wide receiver screen was into the wind. Let's see.
Damon Benning straight ahead. Ronnie Ward tackles him, pick up a 5. They have the most mundane, run-of-the-mill 5-yard gains you've ever seen.
It's almost like a rugby scrum. It's nothing pretty. You go up into there into a mass of humanity, but the red jersey humanity is always knocking the opposition humanity backwards. And they get a surge, and then the back hammers it up in there, and you go back to the huddle, and you pick up 4 or 5 yards, and that dog will hunt. You know, that's a good snap.
Listen to the size of their offensive line. 305, 310, 305, 305, and the runt is 290. Benning, he'll dart for a first down. The senior from Omaha, terrific student and a fine player. Let's get our roundup of college football, the top 25, brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Arizona State, after coming from behind the last couple of weeks, they win easy. Great game between Colorado and Texas in the Big 12, and Colorado with John Hessler at the controls wins it. Baylor over Iowa State. Kansas State, football game, it appears, with Oklahoma.
Boy, Oklahoma's woken up.
Yeah, they have under John Blake.
Yeah.
Missouri, they get a win for Larry Smith. Tech over A&M in College Station. Texas Tech and Spike Dykes, they could come out of that Southern Division yet.
They're going to make some noise. Good football team.
And Nebraska's a little bit confused with their set, and Scott Frost will call a timeout. And he whispered something to Vershawn Jackson, who I think lined up on the wrong side. Right there is about as hot as you will ever see Dr. Tom Osborne. The Huskers leading 21-7. We're back to Lincoln after this.
We always said the Accord could save you money. Right now, you can lease a Honda Accord LX for $239 a month for 24 months and a $750 down payment.
When Ron Hornaday Jr. is on the track in his Napa brake parts truck, he doesn't even think about stopping.
Man, Ron's flying today. Hey, it's Earnhardt. Your wife called. Said something about an anniversary.
But when Ron hits the street, he relies on Napa brake parts. Because like all Napa parts, they're as good as you can get. Napa, we keep America running and stop.
The forecast called for a calm, quiet meeting, but a tempest rages instead. It's often the case in today's international business climate, which is why the employee owners of United have prepared a place high above it all, with worldly comforts that refresh, restore, and renew. United Airlines, the calm before and after the storm. We don't just work here. Come fly our friendly skies.
75,000 plus the 212th consecutive sellout in Lincoln. 23rd year for that man, Tom Osborne. And we were talking to Charlie McBride yesterday, the longtime defensive coordinator here in Lincoln. He says, I've been on a headset for 20 years with Tom Osborne, and honest to goodness, I have never heard him utter a swear, not even close.
Even in the heat of battle, this is one of the finest Christian men you're ever going to run across, I'll tell you.
First down and 10 for Nebraska, two tight ends. Here's a reverse look. They fake that. Frost down the middle, has it complete. It is Jeff Lake, a third-team wideout, and that was hung out on a rope.
It really was, into the wind. Now, Nebraska, they declined to take the football when they won the coin toss. They wanted to have the wind at their back. Look at Frost cut the wind. The way you do it is to throw a howitzer like that, tight revolution, just cut through the wind. Excellent ball right between the 8 and the 9 by Scott Frost. What execution.
Just the second catch on the season for the junior from Columbus, Nebraska. Joel Makovica breaks through. Makovica still going to the 14-yard line.
Now, Drew, he picked up about 15 yards after first contact. Yards after contact, the old yak. And I'll tell you, Makovica, there's a big-time yak right there, ran right through the tackle. When you're a fullback, it's nothing fancy. You're going to go north and south. You know you're not a moves man. He breaks clean, hit. He's just Gandhi. Runs through another tackle, about another 5 yards after second contact. This guy's a horse. He's a great blocker. He can take it north and south for you in a heartbeat.
Hey, Dave, there's always a Makovica at fullback. Remember Jeff?
Yep.
As Damon Benning gets just a couple. McGraw closed down quickly, the nose tackle. He got help from Steve Bratt. Joel Makovica's older brother, Jeff, has a national championship ring.
Drew, every fullback on this Nebraska roster, walk on. No scholarship players when they first came to Nebraska at the fullback position. The walk-on tradition here at Nebraska is awesome. They award about 4 scholarships a year to walk-on players. Tomich, initially a walk-on, All-American defensive end. That's a heck of a story.
Give you an idea, they've dressed 120 tonight. Benning on the toss sweep. Gets to the 10, and then a bunch of white shirts close it down. Ronnie Ward led the charge again, number 46, the 225-pound senior from St. Louis.
Of course, Makovica, he had his moment of fame. Now he goes back to the saw the wood, always has to do, and that's to knock linebackers around. He ends up pushing one to the ground. That's the role the fullback plays at Nebraska. Every once in a while, he's going to dart the ball up the middle, but his major role is basically a glorified guard in the backfield.
A lot of double and triple jerseys when you dress 120, Dave.
Boy, you're not kidding. We've got rosters all over, the floor, the ceiling, everywhere.
Option look. Frost needs 6. Frost will do better. Touchdown, Huskers.
Man.
Little speed option, and Scott Frost carried it in for the score. His 5th rushing touchdown of the year.
I'll tell you, a must for Kansas. I mean, one of their goals was to make Frost beat him. Well, he certainly has. He's thrown for touchdowns. Now he's going to run for one. And there's no substitute for speed. Speed kills. That time, Scott Frost killed the Kansas defense on the perimeter with pure foot speed.
They love their Huskers here in Lincoln, and Chris Brown adds the extra point. It's 28-7 with 10:47 to go in the second quarter. This is amazing. The articles we're reading all week long talking about how poor the offense is performing and what is wrong with Scott Frost. There's nothing wrong with Scott Frost, and there's nothing wrong with the Husker offense. Of course, last year they averaged 52-plus points a game, and they had Tommy Frazier.
Take a look right here. Patrick Brown. Does he get the quarterback, or does he have the pitch man? I don't think he's really sure. He's cut the pitch man. Who had the quarterback? Boy, the linebacker scraping just couldn't get there. Patrick Brown took the pitch, and that was the Kansas defensive goal. Eliminate the pitch man, make Scott Frost turn it up the football field and beat you. Inside linebacker scraping over the top. Scott Frost's foot speed was just too much. Could not get there. 5 yards behind. No go.
You know, the scrutiny of this kid, Scott Frost, has been most unfair. This kid is really a freshman in the program at Nebraska. He's a transfer from Stanford. He ran mostly scout team a year ago, sitting out his transfer year. Isaac Bird at the 15. Straight ahead to about the 27. Nebraska takes great pride in their special teams, and they almost always win the battle of special teams. Last year, there was not a game all season that they didn't win a battle.
Well, and Coach Osborne said that it's been the constant of this year's football team. Special teams have been week in and week out the biggest constant. The last time Kansas had the ball, a one-play drive. Nebraska last year had 7 one-play drives. That's the biggest difference this year. No big play, one-play drives.
Fullback Galbraith, then he tucks it up quickly on the quick snap count and gets about 4 yards. So it'll be 2nd down and 6. Kansas trailing by 21. Last time they had it, they had a one-play drive. 77-yard hookup johnner to Isaac Bird.
Boy, Isaac Bird, I tell you, he showed some wheels, didn't he? I mean, this kid can really, really run. There's no doubt about that.
And he hit 275 in rookie ball. Toss sweep, Eric Van, who can run, but no place to run. John Hess from his middle backer spot slid over and put his pads on Mr. Van, which terminated that play.
John Hess had 11 tackles last week. 4 of them were tackles for loss. Number 44 in the red. Center can't get to him, can't take the angle. As Van tries to turn it up the football field, Hess intersects him and takes him to the turf. He blocked the kick last week. He had 11 tackles. He did everything for this Cornhusker football team. This kid's a 6'4", 250-pound middle linebacker. That's pretty unusual.
Johnner needs 6 yards, trying to break contain. He does get it away, and it is incomplete. Thought we might see a flag for grounding. Brian Shaw was the one chasing.
I tell you, sometimes you just run faster than you can. And that time Johnner was. I mean, he's not the most mobile athlete at the quarterback position, but Shaw was breathing down his neck. He got outside the pocket, not intentionally grounding the football. He got it down the field to an intended receiver, although not accurately enough.
Dean Royal will punt it. 3 Huskers back. They've used this alignment for a while. And this is a very good punt with the wind. Wiggins right up the middle. Chevin Wiggins will get it across midfield. Tackled by the man who punted the football, Dean Royal. Otherwise, he's still running. A punt of 51, a return of 23 by the sophomore from Palmetto, Florida, Chevin Wiggins.
Watch the block by Benning. Boom! That's a knockdown right there. There's a tailback throwing a block to get his return man off to the races. Royal, head across the bow. He's the guy that kicked the football, and he takes him down. He's going to get dogged by his teammates here, get tackled by the punter.
Here's another option. Frost trying to find somewhere to go, and he's not going to elude McGraw. McGraw at 280 pounds, got his mitts on him and hauled him down.
Well, Kansas is doing a better job of defending the option right here. Watch the outside people. Somebody, you have a predetermined who's going to take the pitch man. Outside linebacker takes the pitch man. The scraping linebacker cuts off Frost to the outside. He has to turn it back to the inside. Load up the box to the outside and make him turn it up to his teammates.
They got 2. It's assignment football. Counter trade. D'Angelo Evans, the true freshman. Dropped by Bratton. Evans falls forward. He's an exciting player. He packs 210 pounds on about a 5'8" frame. He's from Wichita, Kansas, so the folks in Lawrence and the folks in Manhattan disappointed he got out of state.
You're not kidding. He's averaging over 8 yards a carry on the season. Boyd Epley, the director of athletic performance in that weight room, says that D'Angelo Evans can already squat 525 pounds, 5 reps. That's unbelievable.
That is extraordinary. 3rd down and 3. Strong right formation. They run right. Evans trying to cut it back. And he hops ahead for the first down. He did that all on his own. He picked a spot, went up in the air, and got 4.
Well, he tried to be a little Edwin Moses there with shoulder pads. Hurdle, and then you get kissed. But boom. Sometimes you lose your feet, and you lose all your thrust, all your power, and you get abused in midair. Boy, you're lucky not an injury right there. Brett McGraw. Brett McGraw had people falling on the back of his legs. Now, he's a cowboy. He works in the rodeo, and he's a roper. So that time, I mean, he had a bunch of cattle around him that time.
13 first downs already for the Huskers. Frost.
Yep.
Tight end. Jackson. Inside the 15 of the 13. Vershawn's second reception of the game. Scott Frost playing with great confidence.
Excellent scheme. I mean, a misdirection, play action fake. Frost is on the perimeter by himself. The Kansas linebackers are running around like a fire drill at Madison Square Garden. They don't, know where to really turn. Boy, there's all kinds of room to throw the football between the linebackers and secondary. Safety Blevins is the first one to make contact. Well conceived, well executed.
Frost 6 of 7, 158 yards. Makovic on the give. Not a whole lot.
Man, I'll tell you, Nebraska throwing the football tonight into the wind with the wind at their back. And mostly it's been the short intermediate routes, getting the ball to the tight end. But Frost throws a very tight spiral, Drew. I mean, and he's got some arm strength. They say he can throw the football between 75 and 80 yards. I mean, this kid has got a howitzer hanging off that right shoulder, and he's cutting the wind tonight. He really is.
And he's a 4.5 guy in the 40.
And he's a great student. I wonder if he ever had a pimple or anything.
Waggle action. And that one could have been intercepted, but Blevins wasn't looking, and now flags come in. Might be in the area of defensive holding or interference on Vershawn Jackson.
Yeah, somebody was riding him before the arrival of the football. He got a hand on it to deflect it, but I don't think Blevins ever saw the ball. He was playing the receiver. He was going up to make a hit. detonate the receiver a little bit with dynamite caps in his shoulder pads, and they're going to call the interference, though, before the tip of the football.
There's Blevins in the left of your screen.
Jackson's the intended receiver. There's a little bit of contact in Jackson in his arm before the ball's arrival. He tips it away, but the pass interference occurs before the tip.
(28-7), the Huskers leading the Jayhawks with 6:27 to go in the second quarter. Drew Goodman, Dave Lapham, Lisa Molosky. Rare night game here in Lincoln, but in the future we might see more night games because they're going to put in permanent lights and a whole slew of skyboxes.
I'll tell you, there are some stars in the night here. I'll tell you, offensively they're executing.
Makovica, the fullback, will get it to the 5-yard line. Again, Blevins has to come up from his strong safety spot.
I tell you what, the pipeline is being retooled on a series-by-series basis. I mean, you've got a nice situation here, though, Drew, because you're involving 7 or 8 guys up front. If you have an injury, it really is easy to replace the interchangeable drill bit, the tool parts. And these guys are operating very well up front and keeping themselves fresher by playing more people.
Actually at the 10-yard line, not the 5. Frost, again, all kinds of time. Will tuck it down.
Wow.
And he almost squeezed through. He got it to the 5. Ronnie Ward grabbed an ankle and held on. It'll set up a 3rd down and about 3.
Now, I'll tell you, Scott Frost is making quick decisions tonight. Once he makes his decision, he is going with it. No tentativeness. Early in the season, they thought his eyes were a little bit like deer in the headlights, but not tonight, boy. He's making a decision, know where to go with the ball, tuck it and make a play out of it. Make something happen when it breaks down. He's doing it well.
Power eye, D'Angelo Evans, second effort, 1st down, Nebraska. He was hit at the 5-yard line and pirouetted ahead for the 1st down.
Well, we talked about him squatting 525 pounds, multiple reps. That's leg drive. Look at the big boys up front, surge a little bit. And then Evans, with those powerful legs, keeps him churning. He is not going to quit on any snap. He's smelling the goal line. And watch the fullback again. He's the key. He gets his lead block at the linebacker level on Bratton, sustains it, bends his back, and D'Angelo Evans can twist it to the inside.
Pretty good contact in there. Evans will scoot in untouched. 5th touchdown of the night for the Huskers.
And it's simple, nothing fancy. It's just the isolation play. You get inside the 10-yard line, you say to your fullback, I want you to knock the linebacker out of the hole. What does he do? Knocks the linebacker out of the hole. Evans has already crossed the goal line before Ward can make a play. Ward's 4 yards in the end zone before he collisions D'Angelo Evans because Makovica gets a helmet right between his sternum.
Chris Brown, another extra point. And he pumps it through. Joel Makovica isn't even the starter. Brian Schuster's the starter.
I love blocking fullbacks.
Yeah, Brian Schuster's banged up a little bit. Let's throw another one out there.
Fox Sports Net takes you to college doubleheader action. Conference USA's Cincinnati heads south to start a catfight with Southern Miss.
One of the most incredible plays you'll ever see.
And Pac-10 action continues as the Stanford Cardinal go down to L.A. for sunshine and to tame Cade McNown and the Bruins.
Touchdown UCLA.
Hits, cracks, cats, and hoopla. Doubleheader college football. Only on Fox Sports Rocky Mountain next Saturday at 1.
In the beginning, you watched the big game on TV, and it was okay. But baby, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Results. That is what you'll get when you entrust your advertising to John Coleman. He is a sales representative for Cable West Advertising and is ready to make you a believer in the power of cable. To find out more, call today. The hometown scrapbook has been expanded. There's no need to try to fit our times anymore. Now you can catch the scrapbook 7 days a week, with a new show premiering every Saturday morning. The show stays at the same times on Saturday and Wednesday. The new times are Mondays at 2 p.m., Tuesdays at 10 a.m., Thursdays at 4 p.m., Fridays at 8 a.m., and Sundays at noon. So remember, it's now easier than ever to see everything new with the youth in Kearney. Watch the Hometown Scrapbook 7 days a week.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium on a beautiful but windy night in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm Lisa Woloski. The Nebraska Cornhuskers up by 28 in the second quarter. Time now for our Southwest Airlines storyline. Nebraska heading into this game looking for a little more from their offense, and boy, have they produced. Nebraska has scored on their last 5 possessions, but the defense strong as ever. Rushing defense allowing tonight -1 yard a carry. Back to you guys.
It's amazing what they've done so far. Eric Van trying to make something happen for Kansas. A good return out to the 36-yard line. Spilled by Jeff Wells.
Root's in the game here at Nebraska. He started his career here at Nebraska. He's got 2 torn ACLs, Drew. He tore the right one here at Nebraska, the left one at Kansas. He's got no anterior cruciate ligaments in either knee. And this is interesting because, as you mentioned, you got a young man, Stiebel, who started his career at Nebraska at center, and Roots at quarterback. You got a former Nebraska battery here exchanging the ball.
Roots will put it up immediately. This is Hosea Friday cutting back, and he works hard for about 6 yards. Dropped by Jay Foreman, inside linebacker who plays behind John Hess. Foreman's a sophomore from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, and he's got a famous daddy.
I tell you, pretty good running back.
Chuck Foreman, his dad.
Foreman, Minnesota Vikings, University of Miami in college, Miami, Florida. He could play the game. He was smooth.
Well, you talked about Tony Galbraith, the uncle of Eric Galbraith. He was a great receiver. Chuck Foreman was a great receiver also.
Absolutely.
Roots, they screen, and a pretty good pick up there for Sanders. Should be enough for a first down out close to midfield. Grant Wistrom made the tackle. Also Jason Wilkes. 35-7 with 3:49 to go. One of the great things about Wistrom, Dave, is his motor.
Well, they never quit. I mean, they pursue the football, and the offensive linemen getting good blocks down the football field. In fact, they're taking secondary people off the field to the sidelines. They're eliminating them as defenders, and Wistrom realizing that, pursuing inside out, staying after the play.
1st and 10 for Kansas. Roots out of the gun. Another good throw to Hosea Friday. The tackle made by Jamel Williams, the outside backer.
Tomic slow to get up. Tomic is limping a little bit as he works his way off the football field. The definite hitch in the get along right there. He came out of Indiana as a walk-on. Purdue didn't want to take him into their program. Take a look at the catch by Hosea Friday. Runs a little route. Excellent reception of the football, but Roots had some mustard on that one. You know, they thought Roots was a pretty good quarterback. Drew threw on the run exceptionally well, moved his team very well when he's here at Nebraska.
Fullback give, it's Sanders, and he'll plow ahead for a couple, very close to a first down. Scott Saltzman will get up last. Number 74 in red.
Glenn Mason knew he had a tiger by the tail tonight. You know what? With the adversity, June Henley's suspension, he made a quick decision on that. And you know, the young man made a mistake. There's no doubt about that. But the 3 things that Coach Mason talks about is commitment, trust, and belief. And the biggest problem he had with June Henley, over drinking on a Wednesday evening till early Thursday morning, is not a commitment to helping his football team beat Nebraska.
Shuttle pass, Eric Van makes a couple of people miss, but not enough as he got just a couple. Jay Foreman, Jason Wilkes in there. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Actually, this is the best movement by Kansas in the football game other than the one-play drive, the pass up top to Isaac Bird that went 77 yards for a touchdown. And Roots on this drive is 4 of 4. And actually, There's only been one incompletion thrown by Kansas. Johnner was 6 of 7. Ball's carried by Eric Van. He runs into Grant Wistrom. 6'5" and 250 pounds. He was a high school All-American from Webb City, Missouri. And he was a third-team All-American last year. And Tomich, who was on the sideline up and walking, there he is, was a first-team All-American. What a pair of defensive ends.
Well, I'll tell you, you can see that Tomich has built that body up in the weight room. Man, that's a strong, powerful-looking kid right there.
They need the 32-yard line. Roots throwing, too hot for Van, closing quickly, Mike Minter.
Well, Nebraska came with 6. They came with a blitz. They decided to heat Roots up. Little side adjust. Receiver and quarterback on the same page. You see the linebackers blitzing. They run the slant. Roots just can't hook up. He knows as soon as he releases the football, it's not quite accurate enough. Kansas going for it on 4th down here, Drew.
Well, they're down by 4 touchdowns. There's 1:20 to go before the end of the second quarter. And they're in that gray area, the plus 38-yard line.
They've done well on 4th down. 10 of 18, 5 touchdowns.
Swing it out, and it's too high for Sanders, and they'll turn it over on downs. And had they hooked up with Sanders, I believe he would have had enough room to get the first down.
You know, Ryan Twilliger, he came on the blitz the last play. This time, let's take a look at him. He's in a position to blitz, and he comes again. When he drops off, he realizes that his back, who was supposed to pick him up as a blocker, released in the route. So he decides, hey, I can't just let him run out there into space, Mark Sanders. I got to change my direction, reroute myself, and get out there. And because he did that, Roots overthrew the football.
Not only that, he's 6'5", so Roots had to get it up in the air to get it over to Williger.
Get it over the Sequoia.
So the minute 15 to go. Scott Frost goes to the air. Ball's in the air on the tip as Wiggins couldn't hold on. And fortunately for Nebraska, it fell harmlessly to the turf, and it took only 3 seconds. 35-7 Huskers.
Now the thing is, you think, okay, you throw on 1st down, it's incomplete. Now you're married to the passing game. Not necessarily if you're Nebraska and you run the option as well as you run it, and you run your power running game, but here they are in the shotgun. So this is their drop back passing game. They're going to throw the football.
Double twin formation. Frost to Wiggins, same play. They'll have a first down. 13-yard pickup. Blevins and Bratton brought him down. And no huddle as Nebraska quickly to the line of scrimmage.
2-minute drill. Here we go. Another opportunity for Scott Frost to grow as a quarterback.
Saw Chevin Wiggins signaling the play to Kenny Cheatham on the outside. He grabbed his neck, and I guarantee you that was some sort of play signal.
Absolutely. It was a pre-snap read, and he wanted to convey to his receiver, make sure they were on the same page. Tommy Frazier, in our conversation with him yesterday, Drew, he mentioned that once he understood this offense, he audibilized 60% of the time at the line of scrimmage. Very sophisticated offense Tom Osborne has established here at Nebraska. Puts a lot of pressure on the quarterback to make great decisions, getting out of a bad play into a good one, as well as in the option and throwing the football. And that young man, Tommy Frazier, a tremendous football intelligence.
Here's the pass to Amon Green, the shuttle pass, and Amon has it inside the 40-yard line. Another first down for Nebraska.
Great call, because once again, if it's not executed, it's not a fumble, it's a forward pass.
They have it at the 37, 59 seconds left. They crank up the clock again. Nebraska doing a very good job. Blitz coming. Down the middle, the tight end is, it's John Vedral, not the tight end. It's a split end, Vedral. His first catch of the ball game, 10th on the year.
There's the signal again to his wideouts. 2 hands up by the throat. That's you wonder if it's a crossing pattern. I guess that's a signal to stop the clock. That's kill. That must be the kill signal.
Right,
I'm going to ground the ball, stop the clock. That's what he did before he stopped the clock the last time. So, no, nothing real, I guess, espionage to figure out about that one. But this, I'll tell you what, Scott Frost is throwing the football tonight probably as well as he has all season long. And, you know, once you get to the midway point of the season with a young quarterback, the light starts to go on a little bit. This kid, he'd not played much quarterback. He was at Stanford. He was a safety. Tom Osborne, you know, would like to have a guy redshirt before they throw him in there.
Frost throwing. It's complete to Wiggins, out of bounds at the 15, which will stop the clock and pick up the first down. And Nebraska doing this without any timeouts. And for a guy, again, not to belabor this point, but for a guy that does not have a lot of experience in the offense and has been much maligned, he's running it like he's a fifth-year senior.
He really is. And Drew, the reason Tom Osborne was so upset with Rashawn Jackson earlier, they had to burn a timeout because he didn't know where to line up in a formation, and now it's a little costly.
Blitz coming. Frost, Holbein, same play we saw a few moments ago.
Same result.
Touchdown.
Wow.
That was exceptionally well done in the 2-minute drill for Nebraska. With no timeouts, Scott Frost and that offense executed a perfect drive.
I'll tell you what. He has thrown for 3, Scott Frost, and he's run for 1. Tom Osborne with a little pat in the back. Amazing execution of the 2-minute drill.
Chris Brown again. Perfect snap, perfect hold, and the same with the kick.
Holbein right here. You see some offensive linemen come out, get into the action on the screen. The 2 inside receivers will clear out, run a little crossing route, then start to block. Adam True gets his block out in the perimeter. He's gone for the touchdown. Frost knows it. Holbein, wide receiver screen number 2, touchdown number 2. Excited young quarterback.
And he should be. 11 of 15, 220 yards in the air, and a career-high 3 touchdowns. Wood River celebrating tonight. If there's anybody at home in Wood River, I think they're all here in Lincoln.
It could be.
42-7. You know, there's a term in baseball, Dave. A pitcher can give you the comfortable collar, and they talk about a guy going 0 for 4, yet he feels like, I was in the ball game and I thought I had good looks. That's what Nebraska can do. They can put a comfortable 42 on you.
Really. I mean, you don't realize how efficient they have been offensively until you look at the scoreboard. 42 points. Not many of his passes have hit the turf tonight. He has been on the money.
Brown. Well, he gets into this one. Into the wind, and he still kicks it through the end zone. So Chris Brown's all jacked up.
You know what, Drew? The wind was supposed to shift from southwest to northwest. I wonder if it shifted here. They said as the game went along, the wind was going to change direction. The way that kick went, you almost wonder if he's kicking into the wind anymore.
It's swirling, and it's kind of faded a little bit right now. World Series Game 6 at Yankee Stadium. Second inning, no score between the Yankees and the Atlanta Braves. And, of course, this is the Braves' night. Nobody can win at home.
I know. Nobody has won at their respective home ground. That's amazing. What a series. Yankees, great comeback.
Root's the quarterback, 20 seconds left. He gives to Galbraith, who tumbles into Jason Peter. Peter, 285 pounds. He's a junior from Locust, New Jersey. And that will be the final play of the first half.
Look at that club, boy. He's the real deal. He's going to play football no matter what.
They thought he'd be out 2 or 3 weeks. He says, no, I'm not going to miss a practice. And he didn't.
Look at that club.
42-7. Nebraska impenetrable on defense, and their offensive execution near flawless. They score on 6 consecutive possessions, and we go down to Lisa Milosky with probably a content Tom Osborne. Lisa.
Coach, you entered this game looking for a little better production from your offense, and boy, you certainly got it in the first half.
Yeah, we played a lot better. I think Scott Frost has thrown the ball very well. Of course, we haven't turned it over offensively. I think we had 1 on defense, or on the kicking game. So we've been pleased with the way we played. We gave up the big pass play, but just had a guy locked up with a good player, man-to-man, and got beat.
So far, so good, though. Thanks for stopping. Have a good second half.
Okay, thanks.
Back to you guys.
Always calm and in control. Dr. Tom Osborne. You'd never know. They led by 35 points. 42-7. Huskers at home. Let's go to our LA studios and Randy Sparagi.
All right, thanks very much, Drew. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our College Football Today halftime report. I'm Randy Sparagi. We've got all the top 25 scores and highlights on the way, but we'll open up with today's action in the Big 12. A big matchup in Boulder, Colorado. That's where the 8th-ranked Buffaloes were taking on Texas. Longhorns hadn't beaten the Buffs since the 1975 Astro Blue Bonnet Bowl. Remember those games? Yeah. Picking up second quarter, Coy Detmer slammed to the turf. He had to leave the game with a concussion, did not return. Texas on the move here. James Brown, feeling good. Tosses to Mike Adams. 51-yard touchdown play, 17-7 Horns. Late in the fourth, Texas up by 3. John Hessler in for Detmer, takes it in for the game winner. Rick Neuheisel and company can celebrate. 28-24 the final. James Brown, 3 touchdown passes in a losing effort. 16th ranked Kansas State going for its 4th straight win over Oklahoma. Big day for Brian Cavanaugh. Hits Andre Anderson, 29 yards for the touchdown. That gave the Cats a 42-14 lead. They held off those Sooners. 42-35 the final. Cavanaugh, 27-38, 349 yards, 4 touchdown passes. In College Station, the Aggies fall to Texas Tech. Byron Hanspard, a career high, 41 carries, 198 yards on the ground. Baylor beats up Iowa State. The Bears had 624 yards in total offense. In the Big East, Miami looking to rebound, while West Virginia looking to stay undefeated. Ryan Clement, many thought he wouldn't be able to play because of a separated shoulder. Well, he was starting today, and maybe he should have stayed on the sidelines. Taken down there. Defensive struggle in this one. They're at halftime now. Goose eggs on the board. They'll see if somebody can score in the third quarter. Michigan and Minnesota, they're lighting up the scoreboard there. Wolverines up by 20 at the half. We've got more top 25 scores and highlights on the way. And later we'll get you back to Lincoln, where Nebraska's pounding Kansas. Stay with us, folks. We're coming right back.
I'll tell you, children, how it was before the skies were freed. To fly somewhere you needed wealth, it was a luxury. Then Southwest Airlines came along and democratized the skies. Now every man, woman, and child is free to pack up and fly. One day soon we'll fly to the moon if that's where you need to be. Now we gotta get back to business, boys. Set the country free.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue #1, so don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Some extraordinary things take place in this ordinary town. Like Arlene, reaching for her cat. Or Otis, stretching for that air filter. They're extraordinary because all these people have arthritis pain. And they all use Ultra Strength Bengay. They use it because today it's the only leading brand with 3 pain relievers for deep heating relief that helps them do extraordinary things. Turn up the heat on arthritis with Ultra Strength Bengay.
Idea of a challenge. So when I took the high endurance challenge from Old Spice, that's what I thought I was getting into. What I got was a sure thing. High endurance deodorant. It evaporates less quickly than the leading stick. It also lasts longer and protects better. Old Spice even guarantees it. Or call 1-800-PROVE-IT and they'll buy you a stick of yours. So if you're looking for a real challenge, the sky's the limit. If you're looking for the best deodorant, try high endurance from Old Spice. Because now you've got proof and a guarantee.
Steve Young for Power Bar. If you wanted to create a source of energy that was as healthy, nutritious, and low in fat as this Power Bar energy bar, here's what you'd have to do. Start with real fruit and other natural sweeteners. Add grains for complex carbs. Put in a whole bunch of important vitamins and minerals and top it off with a splash of protein. Then you have the energy top athletes and active people rely on to perform at their best. Personally, I think you'd be better off buying a Power Bar.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue #1, so don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Welcome back to our College Football Today halftime report. A possible trip to the Rose Bowl on the line today in Iowa City. where the Hawkeyes were hosting Ohio State. Both teams came in undefeated in the Big Ten. Pick it up first quarter, Ohio State already up 17-3. Nobody fields the kickoff for Iowa. It's a free ball. Michael Wiley has it for Ohio State, and the Buckeyes take advantage. Stanley Jackson to a wide open John Lumpkin. Buckeyes went up big and held on to win this one 38-26. Ohio State stays undefeated, 7-0 on the season. Third-ranked Florida State had the revenge factor working against Virginia. Third quarter, Seminoles up 24-17. Thad Busby. That's Rock Preston with the ball, taking the pitch from Busby. He takes it 42 yards for the touchdown. Seminoles up 31-17. Virginia wouldn't quit, though. Tim Sherman to Jermaine Rowell. 24-yard touchdown. It's 31-24. Cavs with one last chance, but Sherman picked off by James Colsey, and Florida State gets its revenge. Last year, the Cavs beat those Seminoles, but the tide has turned. 31-24, the final this afternoon. Fourth-ranked Arizona State looking to stay unbeaten. Sun Devils taking on Stanford. First quarter, Jake Plummer avoids the sack, hits J.R. Redmond. 31-yard score, 7-0 ASU. Next possession, Plummer to Lindsey Jackson. 17-yard strike, 14-0 Sun Devils. They roll again, 41-9 the final. ASU now 8-0 on the season. In the SEC, a bitter rivalry renewed between Alabama and Tennessee. Jay Graham takes the handoff, finds the hole, using his speed outrun that Bama secondary. Graham going 80 yards for the touchdown. That gave the Vols a 20-13 lead in the fourth. Alabama with one last shot. Fourth down from the 11. Freddie Kitchens hit on the arm. Vols recover, and Tennessee holds on to beat Bama 20-13. First time the Volunteers have beaten Alabama 2 straight years since 83 and 84. We'll have more from the top 25 when we come back, but first, more scores for you on what they call a Tootsie Roll.
Of the Naked Gun are setting their sights on high school.
Our assistant principal is still missing.
TriStar Pictures proudly presents.
Boys just want to stare at girls' breasts. You know what I mean?
Sorry, what? John Lovitz.
Don't you think the kids would enjoy a nice song with a melody?
What you got, Holmes?
Like a rhinestone cowboy.
High School High.
I think I may be reaching them.
Rated PG-13 at theaters now.
We always said the Accord could save you money. Right now, you can lease a Honda Accord LX for $239 a month for 24 months and a $750 down payment.
Break away from the same old daily routine with lunch at Maxwell's Restaurant. Monday through Friday, you can order from Maxwell's regular lunch menu or choose from one of the 2 daily lunch specials that include the soup and salad bar. That's Maxwell's Restaurant in the Kearney Holiday Inn.
Here's an example of brand new 1996 construction in Kearney. This is what Interstate Structures, your authorized chief builder, does, and we do it very well.
Hey, think you know TV? Take this test. What's in 2 out of every 3 homes? What do Americans watch 70% more of than just 6 years ago? What are advertisers turning to in record numbers? If you said cable TV, smart choice. From Main Street to Madison Avenue, America's sold on cable.
Call Cable West for more information about the power of cable advertising.
Welcome back to our College Football Today studios in Los Angeles. In North Carolina, the Tar Heels are best known for their basketball, but they're starting to make a name for themselves on the football field. The Heels are ranked 9th in the country, and tonight they're taking on Houston in the Astrodome. Heels didn't waste any time in this one. First possession, Chris Keldorf to Nate Brown, 7-0 UNC. Second quarter, Keldorf to Octavius Barnes, 32 yards, breaks away, 14-0 Heels. Still in the second, Leon Johnson from a yard out. He breaks North Carolina's record for career touchdowns. He's now got 43. North Carolina now up 21-7 there in the third quarter. In the Big Ten, Northwestern looking to get back to Pasadena. 2017 Wildcats with 8.5 minutes left, but Robert Holcomb puts Illinois back in front. Wildcats never say die. Looking for the touchdown, but it's Asin Plus tipping the ball away. Great defensive play. Stops the touchdown, but you just can't stop Northwestern in the end. Adrian Autry with the touchdown. Wildcats back in front. Illinois with a last chance. Cats pick it off. Scott Weaver intercepted by Barry Gardner, and Northwestern does it again, coming from behind to beat the Fighting Illini 27-24. Also in the Big Ten, Penn State at Indiana, third quarter. Hoosiers up 20-13. Mike McQuarrie in for the bench. Wally Richardson hits Chris Everly for the score. That tied the game at 20. The Lions then went on to score 30 unanswered points. Aaron Harris from 10 yards out. Indiana has now lost 13 straight Big Ten games, 48-26, the final in that one. Back to the SEC, where LSU was hosting Mississippi State. Big day for Kevin Falk. Here he throws the touchdown pass to Larry Foster. Then it's Falk from 5 yards out, his first rushing touchdown of the day. He wasn't through, though. Falk's going to get in the end zone one more time, his third touchdown of the day. LSU beats Mississippi State 28-20, the final in that one. In the WAC, BYU beats up TCU. Steve Sarkisian, 313 yards passing, 3 touchdown passes. Utah takes care of Tulsa, 45-19. Juan Johnson, 197 yards rushing for the Utes. Washington trying to hang in that Pac-10 race. Huskies at Oregon this afternoon. Corey Dillon scores the first of 3 Husky touchdowns within 17 minutes. Then in the third quarter, Dillon breaks loose. 75 yards. That set up a field goal. Dillon, a career-high 259-yard rushing yards today. Washington takes care of Oregon, 33-14, the final in that one. Southern Miss and Tulane, they're underway. They're in the second quarter. They're all even at 7. Jeff Ligon opened the game for Tulane with a 98-yard kickoff return. Oklahoma State and Missouri went into overtime, and the Tigers get the win over the Cowboys, 35-28. We've got a little more business to tend to, and we'll do that when we come back. Nebraska beating up Kansas. It's 42-7 at the half. Stay with us, folks. We're coming right back.
Bridgestone is about to change the way you feel about driving on ice. We're at an ice rink to show you a breakthrough in tire technology. The Blizzak Ice Tire, the first winter tire with Bridgestone's patented multi-cell compound, designed to bite through snow and stick to ice. In fact, at only 30 miles per hour, a set of Blizzaks stop 35 feet shorter than a set of popular all-season radios. Blizzak from Bridgestone. If you're not using them, what's stopping you?
The Bridgestone Blizzak is available at these fine local retailers.
It's back. SE5.
Gotta go for a ride.
Customized with air, cassette stereo, sliding rear window, alloy wheels, and chrome bumpers.
Yeah, six alive.
Mazda SE5.
Let me go for a ride.
Just $11,995. Or lease for $189 a month, $1,000 down.
Just let me go for a ride.
Mazda.
Got a passion for the road.
The legendary SE5.
If you're coming to Texas, I would take you to the McDonald's Observatory. See the big old microscope there and different kind of planets. I would take you out to the beach and go swim in there. I'd take you horseback riding, take you out to the Alamo. My favorite thing in the whole state is jackalopes. I've seen a postcard of them. I'm pretty sure they exist.
If you want to know why Texas is like a whole other country, just ask one of our 18 million ambassadors.
Coming up next, there's more college football when the USC Trojans make their way into Washington State to meet up with the Cougars. So stay tuned for more college football right here on Prime Sports. Capitals, who rules the NHL, as they host Washington. Monday, 8 Central, 7 Mountain on Prime Sports.
We're back in Los Angeles. A few more scores for you before we send you back to the break. UCLA has just gotten a 34-yard touchdown from Skip Hicks. Bruins on top of Cal 17-14 in the third quarter. Georgia trails Kentucky by 7. They're also in the third quarter. Ole Miss all over Arkansas State 31-7. They're also in the third quarter. Some baseball of interest on this Saturday night. Braves trying to stay alive in the World Series. The Yanks can wrap it up with a win tonight. New York has just scored to take a 1-0 lead. Yanks can wrap it up with the victory. We're out of time, but you're just in time for the second half between Nebraska and Kansas. Enjoy the second half, everybody.
Need a ladder? Go to the base. Home base.
Passport.
Yes. Gardening problems? Go to the base. Home base.
Johann Sebastian Bach never sounded better. This is the Bales Organ Recital Hall at the University of Kansas, made possible by a generous gift from Dane and Polly Bales of Logan, Kansas, and other private donors. It's one of the finest organ performance halls in the nation. Private support helps provide the high-quality education students can receive at the University of Kansas.
Diamonds are a magical, brilliant, and perfect example of passion, able to move hearts, minds, and souls. Hoover's Jewelers, providing over 65 years of elegance, style, and affordability.
For the best choice in banking, visit the Nebraska National Bank. You'll find personal customer service that can help you with checking and savings accounts, CDs, and IRAs. For your next choice in banking, see Nebraska National Bank, 3110 2nd Avenue, Kearney.
Hi, my name is Beeper. As you can see by my name tag here, I am from USA Paging in Kearney. Some people think I don't work very hard, but actually, my family and I seem to be about everywhere lately, at school, at work, in the fields, and even at home. My family helps you keep in touch with yours as well as with business associates and friends. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty busy little pager. Oops, gotta go. Duty calls.
Call USA Paging today to find out about the Renegade Special.
First half has been brought to you by Power Bar, fuel for optimum performance. By Discovery Channel, explore your world. And by Citgo, look for the sign of quality throughout Big 12 country. Citgo says go. 42-7, Huskers down on the field with Glenn Mason is our Lisa Molaski. Lisa, take it away.
Thanks, Drew. Coach, the Jayhawks did some things well in the first half, but as you know very well, it is always tough to play Nebraska.
Well, you know, their offense has been struggling by Nebraska standards, and Frost looks like an all-pro out there today. And, you know, we made some mistakes. We did some good things. I think we scored the first touchdown on in about 4 games, but they're an awful good ball club, and we made way too many mistakes, and we're way behind, and we got a half to go, and we always pride ourselves that we never give up. We play hard. That's what we intend to do.
Well, good luck. Thanks for stopping. Back to you, Drew, Dave.
A gracious Glenn Mason. And the Jayhawks will get the football to begin the second half, and that'll skid through the end zone. Chris Brown has not allowed Kansas really to return the football. Let's check in again with the Southwest Airlines team bus for Kansas. Dave, what's their report card?
Well, the crisis has remained a crisis. It hasn't been a whole lot of opportunity.
I'd say that's pretty accurate.
Defrost Scott, he's defrosted them. Scott Frost has played exceptionally well. They wanted him to beat him, and he has. They have been out of rhythm offensively. First play of the game, they were throwing for a 6-yard loss, running the counter. It's kind of, for the most part, been out of rhythm. Other than that, 177-yard touchdown pass to Mr. Bird.
So in other words, there's going to be a parent-teacher conference tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Swing pass, loose football. Galbraith loses it, and Nebraska cannot cover it. Has had an opportunity inbounds, and it went out of bounds. The big stick from Michael Booker on Eric Galbraith.
Man, book him, Dano. I'll tell you what, this is a shot. As the ball it's a completion, helmet across the bow. Tremendous hit right there. And really, the hit was made by Jamel Williams at the linebacker level rather than Booker. Williams puts his helmet across the football, knocking it free, and it bounces out of bounds. Kansas retains possession, but look at Drew. They're off schedule. They lost over 10 yards on first down.
Johnner in trouble again. Swing pass the other way, and this time Galbraith drops it. And Johnner paid for that. And that's a quick release type of throw, Dave.
It really is. Roll a little bit, and that is right to the sternum. Wistrom, just a shot. I mean, man, that is running right through the quarterback. Johnner right now trying to decide, is this Lincoln? Or is it Lawrence? Or do I want to be here? Or
do you know what? Somebody else might have to call a play in the huddle. I don't know if he's got his breath.
Those eyes are woozy right now. They really are. He took a shot from Frazier.
Jamal Williams with that hit a few moments ago. 28, not 20.
Right.
Michael Booker is 20. 1 of 7 tonight on third downs. The Jayhawks. It is 3rd and 20. Johnner is going to get sacked by Peter. And again, it's a 3-step drop. Ordinarily impossible to get pressure on a 3-step drop, but Nebraska, a red swarm.
Well, they talk about sometimes they 2-gap to protect linebackers, and then they decide to 1-gap. And boy, they just get up the football field. Peter from the inside, the outside rush right there, also provided by. Boy, I guess it was Chad Kelsey.
Dean Royal, his hoofs near the back of the end zone. And this is a pretty good effort, a real good effort, in fact. Over the head of McFarland and covering the football at the 41. That is Mike Brown, and it's a pretty good play because he was unsure as to whether or not it had hit one of his teammates. So he covers it up at the 41-yard line. Great punt by Royal, a 56-yard boot. And now we get the stellar report card from the Nebraska Cornhuskers in the first half. They're Southwest Airlines.
Yes, Kansas flunked, but Nebraska gets an A+. They certainly did bring it early. They broke Kansas' spirit right away. The only self-destruction they had was fumbling the punt, but they recovered from that. Their kicking game has been extremely solid, other than the muff punt. They're doing well, and the score reflects it, 42-7.
Ahman Green, big opening. And he rips off 12 yards. Levins and Ward combined to bring him down. He has such a quick burst. And Ahman Green now staying down.
Ahman Green, a little bit of an ankle problem. That the turf toe, I guess it was the real, but now it looks more like an ankle problem. Left ankle seems to be where he's grabbing. And let's take a look at this counter play run by Nebraska to perfection. Pull the right guard and right tackle. Guard pulls, kicks out, tackle around the horn up the football field, and they do it well. Kick out by the guard, tackle pulls upfield, gets his block, and Green runs for the first down. There's Green's injury as he's collisioned down the football field, turns that left ankle over.
But the good news is, and you heard the crowd react in the background, Ahman Green jogged off the field. First down for the Huskers. The new I-back is D'Angelo Evans. He had a nice first half, got in the end zone. Scott Frost, underneath route. Holbein, good move. And Holbein still going to the 15-yard line. interception, and the first time he's caught a ball tonight without scoring a touchdown. He nearly did.
Well, a missed tackle compounded the problem. I think it was Cromartie who missed the tackle. You got to secure the play right now. It's the safety. It's Blevins. You got to make the play right there. Holbein picks up an extra 20, 25 yards because Blevins cannot make the play after the catch. You know, a receiver's just like a running back. Yards after catch, yards after first contact. That time Holbein was the winner, Blevins the loser.
Two tight ends follow the fullback, D'Angelo Evans. Finally dropped inside the 10 at the 9. Ball comes loose late. They're going to say it's Nebraska football. Brendan Holbein is very typical of a Nebraska football player. He's from Cozad, Nebraska, and Holbein had scholarship offers from Wyoming and Iowa State coming out of high school, where he was a terrific player, but he decided instead to walk on at Nebraska. 40% of their two-deep rosters former walk-ons in Holbein, because if you grow up in this state, more than anything, you want to be a Husker. Here's the option. Frost will score easily. Great read on the corner. Make it 48-7 Huskers.
Well, Kansas staying with the same way to defend the option. The outside linebacker is taking the pitch man, but the inside linebacker can't scrape quickly enough to take the quarterback. The inside pursuit is not there to stop the quarterback. That time it was blocked pretty darn well. Excellent execution up front. Scott's Frost speed once again a factor, but man, Michael Allen should have made a play on that. He got caught up in the wash.
Brown again parks one between the uprights. It is 49-7. You know, if I'm ever in a crowd and I need somebody to get me out of traffic, I'm going to hire Joel Makovica.
Yep.
He knocks down about 2 guys every running play. All Huskers.
If there's lots of places that you would like to see,
fly Southwest Airlines, because friends fly free.
Fly so you can learn.
Fly so you can earn.
For romance.
Give it a chance.
Fly so you can dance.
Fly so you can cry.
Fly so you can yell.
Fly because it's something that you were born to sell.
Fly because it's America.
From sea to shining sea.
And if you fly Southwest Airlines,
your friend flies free.
Purchase full unrestricted fare by October 31st and a friend flies free.
I've known Sam since we both had hair. Some days his hands hurt to where he can barely tie his shoes. Oh, he'd take 2 Tylenol, but hours later he'd be hurting again. He'd have to take more. He got fed up, so his doctor said try a leave.
I could take just 2 Aleve all day, but Tylenol was taking up to 8.
So he tried a leave. Keeps his pain way up to 12 hours.
What more could you ask for?
A little more hair?
Aleve. All day strong, all day long.
Lead car. Take it slow. Everybody okay? Wait a minute, what's he doing? He wants more. Right there. Over there.
Diet Dr. Pepper, the taste you've been looking for.
The second half is brought to you by Head & Shoulders, because great hair can't have flakes. By Power Bar, fuel for optimum performance. And by the new Coors Light Wide Mouth Can. Tap the Rockies with a smoother pour. Scott Frost in the end zone for the second time tonight, and he is developing respect from his teammates quickly.
Well, he's thrown for 3 and run for 2 tonight. You can't do a whole heck of a lot better than that. Maybe Tommy Frazier, the retirement of his number, inspired Scott Frost tonight.
Brown, a one-hopper through the end zone. Frost, 12 of 16, a career-high 254 yards, along with the career-high in touchdown passes of 3.
Boy, he looks like Joe Montana throwing the football and Fran Tarkenton running the football. I mean, he's just doing it all tonight. There's no question about it.
And right now, Nebraska with 305 more yards in total offense than Kansas. And Dave, that's including a 77-yard play for Kansas.
Right, that one-play drive. Coordinator Charlie McBride's nightmare, but his defense played well otherwise.
Ben Roots in the football game, and he hands off to Mark Sanders, who doesn't get much.
of staying with the game plan of trying to crease Nebraska between the tackles with the ISO a little bit, leading it up in there, but Nebraska very much up to the task.
Well, he ran into Jamel Williams, and the philosophy of Charlie McBride's defense is to occupy the defensive lineman, or the offensive lineman, and not let his linebackers get blocked.
Yep.
They make a lot of plays. Roots looks backside. He has time, and he has a nice throw complete to Isaac Bird, who pays for the reception as Brown comes in and makes the tackle. It is Mike Brown, not Ralph Brown.
Right. Nice protection up front. Gave Roots an opportunity to throw this football, but Brown, look at that clinic. Head across the bow. Whiplash shot right there. Definitely a sure tackle. I mean, that's a training reel stuff. You know, Nebraska's defense, the ends pinch. I mean, the ends kind of collapse you. The tackles penetrate and the linebackers run. They're tough. Right tackle moved early.
See Mike Minter, the strong safety. He was coming off the edge on a blitz. 11:33 to go in the third quarter.
Dead ball. False start on the offense. Still first down.
And with the score 49-7 Nebraska, we go downstairs to our close personal friend, Lisa Miloski. Lisa.
Well, thank you, Drew. Coach Mason told me at halftime that he doesn't believe his team ever gives up. But offensive coordinator Pat Rule said yesterday, if we can't create some success early, it will be tough to keep the fire alive. Here we go. Back to you, Drew.
Yeah, that's true.
There's been a lot of schools that have come into Lincoln with that feeling. Double coverage that time on Isaac Bird. Minter helped out. And an incompletion. Pretty good initial coverage by Jerome Peterson.
Well, you're not going to, Isaac or Bird, he beat him for a 77-yard touchdown. They're not going to let him line up in man coverage anymore. He's going to get attention from two people, and that time he certainly did. And nice hit by Minter, make him pay a little bit as he left his feet to make a play on the football. But, you know, beat me once in man coverage, isolating me against the true freshman, Mr. Ralph Brown, but it's not going to happen again.
Second and 15 as Sanders shifts to the strength of the formation. Blitz.
Wow.
And no chance. Off the corner, Terrell Farley.
Unblocked. Assignment error up front. I mean, you've got to be able to slide out and pick him up. I wonder if the clock expired.
You know, half the linemen didn't get out of their stance, Dave.
This will help, I guess. Basically, Nebraska, they'll decline
delay of the game on the offense. Second down.
Yeah, got to take that penalty. You can't decline it. It's a dead ball foul, so they don't get the quarterback sack. Farley gets gypped out of a quarterback sack, but the real problem is Kansas up front. I mean, you have to account for Terrell Farley. You can't let him come off the corner unblocked and hit your quarterback from the blind side. It's open up a new can of roots then.
A new can of roots?
Yeah.
Okay. Van on the shuttle. And he gets about 12. Good looking play. 41-yard line, which will set up a more manageable third down. Eric Stokes, the free safety, with the tackle.
Oh, the old shovel pass has been good to both teams tonight. Out of the wingback position, out of the slot, a moving Van. There he is right there, doing a pretty good job of making some people miss. Trying to step up and take advantage of an opportunity. I mean, you know, when June Henley was suspended, as a team, you have to treat it like he was injured in pregame warm-up or in the first quarter of a football game, and other people just have to come in and do the job. That's the way you have to look at it.
Farley's on the near side. Roots goes down. That's the end of the play.
Well, as his lineman stepped on his foot, he planted that root in the ground. And it was either the center or right guard stepped on Roots' foot as he was separating from the line of scrimmage. It's like driving a nail in his big toe, and down he goes. As you see Roots, the offensive line takes their steps inside, and they just trip up the quarterback stepping on his feet. Cheap sack right there.
He might have 40 sacks on the year before this game's done. Dean Royal to punt again. He hammered one 56 yards last time. This one not nearly as good. And Kenny Cheatham hauls it in. And he'll get it out to about the 34-yard line. A punt of 34 and a return of 4. 9:45 to go in the third. 49-7 Nebraska.
togetherness. Cool, huh?
Looking for a part? K&K Parts is the only place to go. Hard to find parts are not hard to find at K&K Parts, Kearney.
Hi, this is Sean Stein with Kay's Jewelry in downtown Kearney. With the buying power of 3 stores, we offer a broad selection of the highest quality jewelry at fair prices. Most of all, Kay's is a friendly place to view diamonds and precious gems. Kay's Jewelry, a jeweler you can trust.
For the best choice in banking, visit the Nebraska National Bank. You'll find personal customer service that can help you with checking and savings accounts, CDs, and IRAs. For your next choice in banking, see Nebraska National Bank, 3110 2nd Avenue, Kearney.
Diamonds are a magical, brilliant, and perfect example of passion, able to move hearts, minds, and souls. Hoover's Jewelers, providing over 65 years of elegance, style, and affordability.
49-7 Nebraska. Here is our Power Bar Optimum Performer of the Week, John Hess. Inside linebacker, 3.5 student in psychology. In fact, he already has his degree. And last week he was the Defensive Player of the Week in the Big 12 Conference. Double figures in tackles, also blocked the punt. Some of the damage he's done tonight against the Jayhawks, getting it done in the classroom and on the football field. Typical of the Huskers, who through the years have had 49 academic All-Americans, 11 more than Notre Dame, the number 2 school on that list.
He also blocked the kick last week, as well as contributing 11 tackles. He loves the game.
Toss sweep, D'Angelo Evans, well defensed, and still it'll take 5 white jerseys to bring him down. Now the Nebraska offensive front, Dave, they go 3 deep at 300 pounds plus at every position, and they're playing a whole lot of folks tonight.
They are, Drew. In the first half, 8 different offensive linemen played. Now you had Taylor playing center, left guard, and right guard. He played 3 positions. Dishman played left tackle and left guard. Pollock left tackle and left guard. 8 different guys, 3 of them playing more than one position. Deep, talented, what a group.
They are a factory. Oh, and they hang out where you were hanging out before the game in that weight room.
The pipeline they keep adding valves to the pipeline and building onto that bad boy. The pipeline goes from coast to coast, I think.
I'm not owned by the Jayhawks. And here's Scott Frost a moment ago. See, everybody wants to get in the act and be a blocker.
Sure. Well, you get all the guys pancaking, folks. Frost says, I'm going to knock somebody down. I'm going to go after you. Well, not too... Well, he didn't get the pancake. The defender tripped over a teammate, but Scott Frost, it was not really an excuse me block, but it was like, I'm not sure I want to do this. His modeling career's intact, though. No damage to the face. He's a good-looking young man.
Yeah, he kept the helmet out of
it. Yeah, he got the helmet out of there, and, you can't do everything.
Yeah. Glenn Mason told us an absolutely hilarious story yesterday. He was talking to Milt Teneper, the long-time offensive line coach here in Lincoln, and it was before a game a couple of years ago. Right. And they had 9 guys suited up on the offensive line for Kansas that day. 9 guys ready to play, and there was 53 offensive linemen ready to go for Nebraska. And he walked over to a couple of them. He said, Milt, can I talk to him? They said, yeah, sure, go ahead. He goes, you guys are a bunch of dummies. We got 9 guys. You'd be starting for us right now. You're not going to smell the field till maybe you're a senior.
He walked up to one kid wearing number 66. He goes, hey, 66, you blew it. You could be starting for him. The guy's 310 pounds. He's not even on Nebraska's roster. I mean, they had 52 guys. Every one of them weighed 299 or more, and poor Glenn Mason, at that time when he came to Kansas, they were struggling to run the football because he didn't have any guys up front, any big people up front. They made a big effort to recruit big folks, but look at them all. It's the Marines. I mean, there's a red wave, a tidal wave. Nebraska's got some beef, boy.
This is a QB draw. Scott Frost lost the football. And I think Nebraska's on it, though it's still loose. And Nebraska is on it. 3rd down, and they actually picked up a couple of yards on the fumble.
I think D'Angelo Evans, no, he didn't end up with it, but he fell in Cheatham, I think.
Yeah, Kenny Cheatham jumped on it.
Yeah, he jumped on it. Evans made an attempt at it. This was a design play. The quarterback running the football out of the shotgun and just True pulling from the left tackle spot all the way around to the right, not securing the football well enough for Scott Frost. He was dragged down from behind by a very active nose tackle, Brett McGraw.
And McGraw's played well for KU tonight.
I'll tell you, he's a rodeo guy. He ropes those steers, and I'll tell you, he can bulldog some folks inside. He's a tough customer.
3rd down and 7 for Nebraska. Option. Frost cuts it back, tackled short of the 1st down. From behind, he was hit by number 99, Ron Warner.
You know, the thing that Nebraska does so well, Drew, is they have 10 different offensive sets in this football game. And they keep running all of them and poking and probing and seeing what kind of defensive adjustments you make. And they find out which formations are the most successful to run the option. Which formations the most successful to run the power game.
They're going to go for it on 4th and 1 at their own 43-yard line. Power-eyed, D'Angelo Evans didn't get there. Stepping up in the hole was Patrick Brown, a 210-pound sophomore from Westerville, Ohio.
You got flags in the field. I think Kansas may have had too many men. Somebody might have too many men on the field.
Well, that would be a real shame, because this game may be out of reach for Kansas, but they're still playing, as Glenn Mason said they would. That was a terrific play. And you're right, there were too many guys on the field.
Yep, they didn't get the defensive personnel group out there. I think they may have been surprised a little bit that Nebraska was going for it, and they got caught in the Chinese fire drill a little bit.
12 men participated on defense. 15-yard penalty. Previous spot. 1st down.
Well, shouldn't that be allowed, Dave? I mean, the way Nebraska's rolling.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, that's good in Canada, but not in the States. You're right, though. I'd let them have 15 guys. I'd say, hey, put the whole sideline out there. It's the only way you stop Nebraska. Glenn Mason, not a happy camper.
So the ball now at the 43 of Kansas. D'Angelo Evans stops and darts ahead for about 5 yards. Another budding star at I-back for the Huskers. How many great ones have they had? It's amazing. Only one Heisman Trophy winner. That was Mike Rozier.
I tell you what, it's just a great program. Watch our fullback, number 45, top of the screen. Boom. That's a pancake. Throw a little syrup on that bad boy, maybe a little powdered sugar, and away we go. I'll tell you what, that's a heck of a hit right there.
New quarterback, Matt Turman, the senior from Wahoo, Nebraska. And he hands to Evans. Whoa. Boy, I like this guy. Inside the 30 to the 27-yard line.
You know,
Blevins in there defensively.
You know what, Drew? This guy, he slides, he glides. I mean, it doesn't even look like he's running with much effort. It's not real high knee action. Man, he changes direction so quickly. Short, squatty, violent cut guy. And is he a smooth runner? This kid's got a future big time. Looks like he's skating out there. It's almost like he's on skates.
Yeah, that's a good description. It really does look that way. And he's got the balletic moves down as he spins out of the grasp of Chris Jones, number 49.
I'll tell you what, take a look at a tight spin move here. I mean, you're talking about, like you were mentioning, a ballet. I mean, here's a highly conditioned athlete that's a real horse. Out in space we go. That's unfair to make a play like that on Chris Jones. D'Angelo Evans is tough. I want to see him do a little plie, arabesque, and pirouette. I want to see it all out there. This guy's got talent. He can do the ballet. He can run the ball. He can do everything.
You know, he's an elusive date. He's hard to hug. Here's the fullback, Mr. Makovica, to the 8-yard line. Saving the touchdown was Michael Allen.
Makovica, he'll block you, he'll run you over. He's a football player. And I'll tell you what, you better pack some thump to bring this guy down. Nice blocking up front, stiff arm, away we go at the linebacker level. You're not going to arm tackle him. You got to put your helmet across his body, like Michael Allen did eventually. Makovica is all football player, a lunch pail guy.
Two tight ends. Turman will run option. Stops, cuts it back, and runs it to Ronnie Ward, and that's the end of that. You know, Joel Makovica, we talked about his brother Jeff. His father John was an NAIA All-American at Kearney State. So football
Important to that family,
Yeah,
huh?
real important to that family.
Man, look at these guys. I'm telling you what, they've all been living in that athletic performance room that we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast. They got some horses that can move folks off the line of scrimmage.
Terminal run option to the wide side. And he's going to get it to the 3-yard line. And that'll set up a 3rd and goal for Nebraska with 4:35 to go in the third quarter. 49-7. Drew Goodman, Dave Lapham, Lisa Molosky. Matt Turman's a good story.
Yep.
He's another guy that could have gone elsewhere to play. He had quite a high school career in Wahoo. He's a great student, 3.6 in education, 2-time member of the academic All-Big 8 team, and of course the Big 12. Could have gone to a lot of Division I AA, Division II schools, and I want to play at Nebraska. And D'Angelo Evans will not get to the end zone. Again, Kansas showing a great deal of pride. Ronnie Ward in there, and also Jason Harris, the cornerback, sticking his nose in there.
Well, you got substitute players up front on both teams, and this time Kansas handles it. Kansas knocks them backwards a little bit. Not a whole lot of surge by the Big Red offensive line up there. That battle of the war was won by the Jayhawks. Unfortunately, too many battles of the war gone the Cornhusker way.
4th and goal at the 3. Power eye Evans launches. He didn't get there. The ball is loose. And Kansas able to turn away Nebraska. So a measure of respect returned to the Kansas sideline. They did a nice job defensively. 49-7 Huskers, late third quarter.
Steve Young for Power Bar.
Who hasn't eaten a candy bar at the movies? When you're sitting back watching a movie, a candy bar's fine. But life isn't one big movie. That's why there's Power Bar energy bars. They're low in fat, made from healthy foods, packed with nutrients, and deliver lots of complex carbs for sustained energy. So if you want to be ready for the challenges of life, rely on a Power Bar energy bar. It's real energy for the real world.
You'll need a submarine to get that one out, Colonel.
Me and 3 kings. That's a foursome.
I've been around this land of ours from sea to shining sea. And if it stands for anything, it's that every man is free. Free to roam from city to city, to ride the open range. Free to come and go at will, to grab hold of the reins. But if you want to see the country in its glory and its pride, you've got to have a trusty mount that's always ready to ride.
With the help of the college fund, I went to college. It prepared me for graduate school and other challenges, like being married to this guy.
Help young people reach their potential. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. Please support the college fund. What do you mean challenge?
49-7 Nebraska leading Kansas. Well, let's flash back for a moment. Do you remember this play? One of the great runs in recent college football history. Tommy Frazier on the option against Florida in last year's Fiesta Bowl. Tackle me if you can. He ended up going the distance as Nebraska rolled for 524 yards on the ground. And Tommy Frazier's with Lisa Molosky.
Thanks, guys. Tommy, I'm finding you here on the sidelines because, as I understand, you are a sideline reporter for radio. I think you're kind of trying to take my job.
No, I'm not trying to take your job. I'm trying to create one for myself.
There you go.
That's something I want to get into this broadcast, so I'm starting off early right now.
Let's take a look at this play and we'll come back to you. Guys, take it for this one.
All right, Lisa, operating from the 6-inch line, Roots. He's going to throw out of the end zone. The out and up to Bird. It is intercepted. 29 on the football for Nebraska is Chevin. Is it Wiggins?
No, it's List.
Yeah, it's got to be List. A different 29.
Right.
Wiggins plays offense.
They got double numbers galore here. 120 guys suited out.
They're into the 3rd and 4th team. Let's go back to Lisa with Tommy Frazier. Lisa,
I'm back here with Tommy Frazier. Tommy, what do you think of the game so far? Boy, I'll tell you, Nebraska's offensive production has been great.
Yes, they made a lot of improvements over last week. You know, they had 5 turnovers, and Coach Osborne really liked that. So today they came out, and now you've seen the real Nebraska offense.
So is it fun to still be on the sideline?
Yeah, it's fun. You know, I need the opportunity to just let my body heal.
There you go. Thanks a lot for joining us, Tommy. Back to you guys.
All right, Damon Benning off the option, gets to the corner. He'll have it to the 10-yard line, a pickup of 15 before Bratton ran him out. I want to tell you something. Tommy Frazier, and this is stating the obvious, but Tommy Frazier was the prototype for this offense. And not only was he a great option quarterback and he threw the ball exceptionally well, he was a terrific leader.
Oh, yeah.
And almost from the moment he walked on campus from Bradenton, Florida.
This kid made great decisions. I mean, he always got him in a great play, audibilized 60% of the time at the line of scrimmage.
Up the middle, Benning, shaken free, touchdown Huskers.
Boy, 2 carries for Benning in the end zone. Josh Cobb had a great block at the fullback position on both plays. And they got fullbacks about 7 deep here at Nebraska. Great tradition of fullbacks. You know, the thing that impressed me about Tommy Frazier, Drew, you shake his hand, he's got big hands for his body size. He controlled that football, throwing it, and then the options so well. Just a very, very gifted athlete. Look at the muckers on him as he holds that microphone. Yeah. He's got a mitt on him. I tell you, and he can really get it done with those big hands.
Ted Retzlaff in there to kick as they are onto the number 2 kicker here tonight. It is 56-7. Yesterday in a conversation with Tom Osborne, we asked him what Saturdays are all about. Game day in Lincoln, Nebraska.
The fact that we have no pro football here, we have only one major university, and there's a long-standing tradition has led to a tremendous amount of interest in football. And as a result, you know, there's a certain anticipation, a certain amount of electricity revolving around Nebraska football on a game day, and that's gratifying. And yet at the same time, it's a little disconcerting because you know, it seems like you're always in a goldfish bowl and almost year round, and I guess it's better to be that way than to have apathy.
It is the only show in town, and Dave, I think if Mike Helling, our producer, Kevin Shank, our director, and I dressed up in our opponent's uniform, they might show up and suit up this whole stadium.
I'm telling you.
Doesn't matter. They will come. And they're about to make it 34 games, or maybe I'm exaggerating just a little bit.
They're about to make it 34 straight home games won. Drew, that'll set a new school record. They were tied for 10th in NCAA history with 33 straight, so that'll move them up in that area. Conference games, this will make them 25-0 at home in conference games over the last 4 years. And amazingly, over the last 9 years, this will make them 55-2.
The only 2 teams,
unbelievable.
Yeah, the only 2 teams to win here, Washington in '91 and Colorado in 1990. And the interesting thing about that is that Washington in '91 a share of the national title, right. Colorado in 1990 a share of the national title. So you have to have some great stuff to come into Lincoln and win.
Well, this will make them, with tonight's victory, and it certainly looks like that's going to be the case, 56-7. It'll make them 42 wins, 2 defeats over the last 4 years. I mean, you can go on and on and on. The numbers, Coach Tom Osborne has never had fewer than 9 wins in any season. He's averaged 10 wins a season in his glorious career. Incredible.
Isaac Bird, he's still playing. And he makes the catch in front of Peterson.
Maybe a face mask? Face mask as he brought him to the turf. That'll be
take on a few more yards.
Probably the 5-yard variety. It's 5 yards or 15 yards, depending on if the official felt that he grabbed and didn't let go. But I'll tell you what, this young man, he's going to have
inadvertent face mask, 5-yard penalty, into the run, first down Kansas.
You tackle up by the head, and that's what can happen to you. You know, and Peterson gets caught, he gets tagged, but you have to tackle a little bit lower than that. But Bird, you have a two-way go. You can choose Major League Baseball or the National Football League. That guy's going to be making some money here pretty soon. It was a good decision to go to Kansas and play both sports.
And again, he had a very nice rookie year in baseball, played only 23 games. You mentioned he had 275 earlier. Obviously a great speed guy, which is advantageous on the baseball diamond.
Well, he played center field, and of course a definite threat on the base pass. I mean, that's the first thing they look for in baseball. One of the two things they look for: throwing arm and foot speed. And tell you what, Bird can do it.
You know who else a two-way player, two-sport guy? Eric Vann, the tailback.
Right. He hit about 230 at Kansas, though.
That's got to come up.
Yeah.
Roots, all kinds of time, and he guns it, and it's nearly intercepted. Jerome Peterson had a better chance at catching that than his intended target, Michael Chandler.
Roots is having a good time out there, though. You can look at the expression on his face. He's getting reacquainted with a lot of teammates. I mean, he was here, started his career, as we mentioned, at Nebraska. He knows a lot of these guys on this football team, so they got a few things to say to each other as they separate after a play, get back to the line of scrimmage. And this kid, Roots, he has a quick release. He gets rid of the football very well, and a little bit of mobility has been taken away from him due to surgeries on both knees, but he's a leader and seems to be able to move his team pretty well, knows what's going on out there.
3rd down and 8. He'll roll the pocket. Pressure coming. It's intercepted and dropped. List almost had number 2. And he would have been in the end zone.
But he's listless. Right there, he just couldn't hang on.
I knew you were going to do that.
He went from superhero to, oh, man. You talk about golden goalposts. Right there, he's saying, I got a touchdown. He looked it in, just didn't squeeze it. List is very upset right now. Roots got drilled, too, after he released that football. He paid the price.
Dean Royal. Another punt. This one gets up in the wind and turns over. Wiggins back to the 15-yard line. And he is spilled at about the 19-yard line. Coming down, J.J. Johnson covering. Well, if you're wondering where Nebraska ranks in terms of national championships, they have 4 after winning the last 2. They won back-to-back years in 70 and 71. The Irish own 8. Bear Bryant, the late Bear Bryant with 5 at Alabama. And as a conference, this new one.
This is the Big 12.
And I'll tell you, we were talking to Steve Hatchell, the commissioner of the Big 12, before the ball game tonight. And as this conference unfolds over the years, you're going to have an extraordinary football team to go unbeaten through this conference.
You really are.
Benning makes his way for about 4 or 5 yards. Spilled by Jason Harris. We should point out, with 1:02 to go in the 3rd quarter and the clock moving, a one-sided game, 56-7 in favor of Nebraska. They're not beaten up on chopped liver. This is not the Kansas Jayhawks of 10 years ago. This is a team that won 10 football games and finished in the top 10 in the nation last year. They came in the preseason ranked number 24. And that is just how good Nebraska is. They can make a fine football team look very, very average.
They've got a lot of people. They've got so much more depth at every position. And you play them at home, and it's even tougher.
Benning keeps the football. They gave it to him and faked the reverse.
You're right about Kansas, though, Drew. They came in 3-3 with a +12 turnover ratio. Very easily could have been 5-1. Gave up some big plays early against Utah. Came back to take the lead. Utah drove to score on them late to beat them in that football game. Didn't play well against Texas Tech, but gave Colorado a good go defensively. They couldn't move the ball that well against Kansas. Just couldn't take advantage of opportunities. But Nebraska kind of taking them apart tonight.
Tom Osborne wanted that snap to happen before the quarter ended. It did not. 3 quarters done in Lincoln. Yes, indeed, it is the home of the defending national champions, and they're having their way with Kansas, 56-7.
If there's lots of places that you would like to see,
fly Southwest Airlines, because friends fly free.
Fly so you can learn.
Fly so you can earn.
For romance.
Give it a chance.
Fly so you can dance.
Fly so you can cry.
Fly so you can yell.
Fly because it's something that you were born to sell.
Fly, cause it's America.
From sea to shining sea. free.
And if you fly Southwest Airlines, your friend flies free.
Purchase full unrestricted fare by October 31st and a friend flies free.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? You're out! Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue #1, so don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Together we are better than we could ever be alone. We'll be a team forever. The world is ours to own. You're a part of me. That's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
At BASF, we don't make the cooler. We make it cooler. We don't make the jeans. We make them bluer. We don't make the toys. We make them tougher. We don't make the water scooter. We make it lighter. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy. We make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? You're out! Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue #1, so don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Through 3 quarters, 56-7, Nebraska. And right now they have a 3rd down and 4. Turman throws and wide of his target as he tried to get it to Sean Whiting, as we are now seeing 3rd, 4th, and maybe even 5th team players for Nebraska. They're over 500 yards unofficially in total offense. Their high water mark this year, 669 against Baylor. So they'll have to punt the football with Dave Lapham and Lisa Molosky. I'm Drew Goodman, and the Huskers from the opening snap of this game, Dave, had it together.
Well, they were in the red zone 7 times, Drew, 8 times, scored 7 of them. The only time they didn't was the last possession. They went for it on 4th down and really said, it just ran a dive and said, Kansas, if you can stop us, you get the ball. They didn't go for the field goal. I think that's a good move.
Jesse Cush, line drive, turned it over to the 25-yard line is Isaac Bird. And nowhere to run. He loses the football and he gets it back. That's John Hess running under another punt.
Man, Bird was caged there. Unbelievable.
Punt of 50. And we'll step aside again. 14:43 to go in the 4th quarter.
Coors Light, the silver bullet. It's shipped cold to tap the clean taste of the Rockies. The new Coors Light Wide Mouth can is here with a giant opening for a smoother pour.
when Ron Hornaday Jr. is on the track in his Napa brake parts truck, he doesn't even think about stopping.
Man, Ron's flying today. Hey, it's Earnhardt. Your wife called. Said something about an anniversary.
But when Ron hits the street, he relies on Napa brake parts. Because like all Napa parts, they're as good as you can get. Napa, we keep America running and stopping.
The Trojans head to Pullman for a garden party, but the Cougars never promised them a rose garden.
USC and Washington State collide Saturday on Prime Sports. The Avs will show the Capitals who rules the NHL as they host Washington. Monday, 8 Central, 7 Mountain on Prime Sports.
Welcome back to Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm Lisa Jason Wolofsky. In the fourth quarter, Nebraska 56-7. I am here on the sideline. This is where I stand and watch the game. But look what I've discovered. I found all these people underneath the stadium, and I found out they all have tickets up in the stadium, but they come here to field level. And I gotta know, guys, why do you come underneath and look through this fence the entire game?
Lisa, we get the better angle from down here.
Better angle? And you can kind of feel the roar of the crowd and hear the guys.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Look at, they've got cables and fences, and I'm telling you, this is something else. These guys will do anything to get near the game. Back to you, Drew, Dave.
And Lisa, they're standing under a sign that says Georgians for Nebraska. That isn't an election. That's not an election slogan. That's folks who come up from Georgia every week to visit Lincoln and support the Huskers.
And Drew, you know what? I just happened to wear the right color for this game. These people love it.
You did. We did notice that. We thought you were rather gutless wearing red
I'm
today.
telling you, right?
You know what? I think chocolate shakes for all those guys under those stands.
That's right. Van into the hole, gets a couple more. It'll set up a 3rd down and 4. And what's the view from inside the fence?
Oh, yeah.
It's not great.
Boy, those high punts and high passes, it's hard to get a good view of those bad boys. Man, you know what, though? You feel like you're part of the action. I mean, you're right there. Lisa's saying hello to her fans, yes.
Well, you know what? I worry about those guys. You know, they come down, they have a nice seat up high, they come down to watch beneath the field level. Those are the guys in high school who used to hide under the stairs.
That's right. That's right. I thought they might have snuck in and they were still hiding from the authorities.
Roots goes to Sanders out of the backfield, and he'll have the 1st down to the 38-yard line, and it's a rare 1st down for Kansas, unfortunately for them in this football game. He'll have to regroup next week. It'll be Iowa State in Ames, Iowa, and he'll get a chance to tackle Troy Davis as we check the Dr. Pepper roundup. Ohio State got a game from Iowa, but they pull away and win. Florida State 31-24. ASU no problem with Stanford. Alabama loses in Knoxville. First time in a while that the Crimson Tide could not win in Knoxville. And Van ran into a van. Julius Jackson.
You know, Julius Jackson is a freshman, and at the weight room, he is one of, I think it's about 7 players that are allowed to use a platform based on record weightlifting that produce point totals on lifts. This kid is a freshman, put together, huge future. We showed a little glimpse of it right there. What an athlete.
Roots out of the gun. 2nd and 13. Roots throws it behind Andre Carter, who was pretty well covered by Mike Brown, setting up a 3rd down. Is there a team in the country that is more efficient in what they do on both sides of the football schematically than Nebraska, Dave?
I'd really have to struggle. I think Florida has stepped up defensively. I think Bob Stoops has done a good job down there in terms of trying to get with this press. Load the box up and press with your corners. But Nebraska made that adjustment after struggling in the bowl games against the teams from Florida, running that 4-3 defense with all those fast linebackers. And I'll tell you what, they are a load on both sides of the ball.
Roots, good throw to Van, who lined up in the slot, crosses midfield to the 45-yard line. Good throw and catch, and Greg List with the tackle. Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, and really a charismatic guy for Nebraska, told us something very interesting yesterday. There's a Kansas player down way back at the 25-yard line.
I think it's a big lineman down there, but there's Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie told us, he said, this might sound strange, but it wasn't the worst thing in the world that we lost this year and lost to Arizona State. And that's not to take anything away from Arizona State. They played a great football game and they deserved to win. He said, but at some point, we had to lose and maybe bring everybody back down to the ground.
Right. Glasgow working his way off the football field right here. But, Drew, I agree with you. It was a reality check. The fans, the players, the community, everybody had to realize that, you don't have an S on your chest. You're human beings, and at some point in time, you're going to be beaten. I think they were a little bit disturbed by how they were beaten out there. but they weren't, they weren't really decimated by the loss. They knew it was going to happen at some point.
And we talked to Tom Osborne yesterday about how his team has rebounded from the loss to the Sun Devils.
What I want to do is to go around pointing the finger, browbeating your football team, tearing them down. I think that there's enough of a confidence loss. There's enough of a self-image damage control that has to be undertaken that you don't want to just totally destroy them. And so we tried to take a positive attitude toward it, and they came back and played, I think, 3 or 4 very good football games after losing to Arizona State.
They'll make it 4 or 5 very good football games.
I'll tell you what, they showed resiliency, and that's the fiber of a champion right there, a little bit of character as a football team. And they weren't going to be down long. Tom Osborne has got a bunch of assistants that have been here for 20 years or more, and they're patient. They do the same things.
Galbraith giddy-ups through the hole, gets about 4 yards. Enough for a first down for the Jayhawks.
You know, this defensive football team, a lot of substitutions like you're talking about, Drew. And the key is that last year they gave up a lot of points when third-team players came into the game. Charlie McBride, very proud of the guys that mop these games up because they've been shutting people down as well, not giving up a whole lot of points. This football team now, they're into their 24th quarter without giving up a touchdown rushing. Now, they gave up a touchdown passing tonight, but 24th quarter, 6 games without a touchdown on the ground. That's big time.
Roots, 4-man rush.
Pickett.
And that's up for grabs. Mike Brown has it. And he's got an escort on the far sideline. Across midfield to the 47. They run at you in waves. A 44-yard return for Brown. And to embellish the point you just made, Tom Osborne told us that they can go 3 deep at every position with guys who are ready and prepared to play on Saturday.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, they practice so efficiently, and once again, it's because of that walk-on program, Drew. You know, they travel 66 players. A third of them, 22 guys, were walk-ons at some point in their career, and it just makes them practice so darn efficiently. They all get good reps.
Turman stays in at quarterback. And this is about a 9-yard gain. And got to look on the depth chart because there's a new guy in there by the name of James Sims as they go to the 4th-team tailback.
Well, pick up almost a first down on first down in that situation, 9 yards. They're averaging over 10 yards every first down. That's the 33rd first down snap they've run. They're averaging about 10 yards per snap on first down. That's big time. Kansas is averaging about half of that, 5 yards per snap on first down. And really the reason for that, 77-yard play to Bird on first down.
They go fullback, and Josh Cobb will have first down. And got to be a lot of tired bodies physically and emotionally on the Kansas sideline. Anytime you play Nebraska, you want to give it your best shot, chance to knock off the national champions, a tradition-rich program. And Kansas just did not have enough guns tonight.
Well, you know, and that's another thing about Nebraska, Drew. I think you make a great point. Everybody gives it their best effort. In Nebraska, they've won back-to-back national championships. Now, if the field goal against Florida State was true, instead of going off wide, they'd already have 3 straight national championships going for 4. So one field goal where they lose that game, they would have 3 in a row right now. That's incredible. And you know, there's no ladder a seat at the top of the ladder of success. Look at the numbers that Coach Osborne continues to put up. Everybody's taking your best shot. They continue to win. They sustain it. They've been consistently excellent, and that's a big key.
Sims runs it wide, and jumping on his shoulders was Mitch Bowles. Bowles, a redshirt freshman from Las Vegas. Kansas has been able to recruit much better the last few years. Not only have they had far more success, they've had winning seasons in 4 of their last 5 years, been to a couple of bowl games, beat up UCLA last year in the Aloha Bowl.
Sure did.
But when Glenn Mason sits in your living room, not only do you listen, but you're going to smile and you're going to feel good about what they're doing in Lawrence, Kansas. And he is starting to win plenty of recruiting battles. Second down and 6. Turman goes underneath. With the football is number 81, Aaron Wills. Michael Allen brings him down finally. Another first down for the Huskers. And you know what? They never leave. Even though this game's over, no one has left. There's still 75,000 here.
The only game in town, Wells, the tight end. Watch what he does here, Drew. He's at the end of the line of scrimmage. He gets lost here blocking a little bit and then releases out into his pattern late. Kansas doesn't make the adjustment. Look, he blocks. The linebackers lose track of him. Now he leaks out late. And everybody's backdropped into their zones, and he's wide open underneath. Great scheme, well executed.
Sims on the option. Sims, a stiff arm, gets it to the 5-yard line. He nearly took that in.
You know, what you mentioned about Glenn Mason, though, I can't agree more. I mean, this guy is somebody that you want to play football for. And, you know, he mentioned, just the deal with June Henley it's a tough thing. But he says he's going to treat his football players like he treats his own kids. He's got teenage children. He's got college-age students. And he's going to be consistent. Sometimes you have to punish him. Sometimes you have to defend him. He felt like he had to punish June Henley this time.
That's a touchdown for Nebraska. Josh Cobb bouncing off people.
Another
gets
fullback.
in the end zone.
Another fullback.
Just keep lining them up.
Wow.
Cobb, 230-pound sophomore from Wallace, Nebraska. Do you think he couldn't have been somewhere else?
Sure. I mean, he probably had about half a dozen options. Maybe not all Division I AA, Division II, but he wanted to play here and do this in front of these Husker fans that just go crazy for football. I mean, it's a thrill. His hair standing up on the back of his neck.
Retzlaff pumps it through. The Huskers into the 60s. 63-7 with 8:37 to play in Lincoln.
Johann Sebastian Bach never sounded better. This is the Bales Organ Recital Hall at the University of Kansas, made possible by a generous gift from Dane and Polly Bales of Logan, Kansas, and other private donors. It's one of the finest organ performance halls in the nation. Private support helps provide the high-quality education students can receive at the University of Kansas.
Break away from the same old daily routine with lunch at Maxwell's Restaurant. Monday through Friday, you can order from Maxwell's regular lunch menu or choose from one of the 2 daily lunch specials that include the soup and salad bar. That's Maxwell's Restaurant in the Kearney Holiday Inn.
Here's an example of brand new 1996 construction in Kearney. This is what Interstate Structures, your authorized chief builder, does, and we do it very well.
Hey, think you know TV? Take this test. What's in 2 out of every 3 homes? What do Americans watch 70% more of than just 6 years ago? What are advertisers turning to in record numbers? If you said cable TV, smart choice. From Main Street to Madison Avenue, America's sold on cable.
Call Cable West for more information about the power of cable advertising.
There's a kid with permagrin, Josh Cobb. First touchdown of the year, and you know what? He's going to remember that for a long, long time.
And look at the whole team congratulating him. It's a family over there.
Tough night for Glenn Mason.
Great night for Cobb, though. He'll never, ever forget this. His first touchdown in his college football career at home.
And the kick hauled in by Eric Van. And he'll get it across the 20. Dropped at the 23-yard line. We asked Glenn Mason, why choose Kansas? Here is his response.
Let's face it, what do we have to offer? We don't have a mountain to show them. We sure don't have an ocean. The closest ocean is over 2,000 miles away. And the weather doesn't always cooperate in January when recruiting. But what we do have to sell is something that has quality. We can offer a total college experience. We can offer a great quality education that cannot be surpassed anyplace. We can offer a winning football program that's done the right way. You don't break any rules. We make all decisions with the student athlete foremost in our mind, and we can offer an honest-to-goodness, great, wholesome college experience. I think the University of Kansas, what Marion College is all about.
He's absolutely right. That is what college is all about. If you've ever been to Lawrence, Kansas, that's a beautiful town, a great college town. And
oh, yeah.
Not only do you have a winning football program now, perennially one of the best basketball programs in the nation. And there's two guys probably upset more than any other Jayhawk fans this night, and that's our friends in the truck.
Yes.
Producer Mike Helling and director Kevin Schenk.
Rock Chalk guys.
Yeah, Rock Chalk Jayhawk guys. That's Julius Bruce, who takes a lick after getting back to the line of scrimmage, so it'll be 3rd down and about 8.
And the guy who delivered the hit is hurting. I think that's Blahak. Yeah, Blahak. And I tell you that Glenn Mason, though, if he comes into your kitchen, sits down at the kitchen table with you and your parents, the guy can sell Kansas. He can sell anything, really. Yeah. I mean, he's a charismatic guy that he could sell you anything in the world, and there's no doubt that he and his coaching staff, when recruits come on campus, he's gonna really make you think about going to that university, because that Lawrence, everything revolves around the football and basketball programs there at Kansas. I mean, it's a big time thing. Of course, you live in a fishbowl. June Helling can tell you all about that, but there's the thing about college football today, Drew. You know, these guys are experiencing a great thing tonight. I mean, very few college students have an opportunity to do what these guys are doing tonight, but they do not have an opportunity at the college life, the normal college life that John Q. student does at every major institution. I mean, when they make a mistake,
it is magnified.
Oh, it's magnified 100-fold. And that's the nature of the beast. There's pros and cons to it.
And you know what? Similar to his counterpart, Tom Osborne, these guys really honestly care about their kids. In fact, Glenn Mason carries a beeper with him.
Right.
It's for his kids, it's for his friends, and he gives out the number. It's an 800 number. He says, I don't care if you're in Kansas City, which is about an hour from Lawrence. He said, if you've had one too many or you have a problem, you call me. I don't care what time of day it is.
And Mike Helling and Kevin Schenk have that beeper number.
Do they need it? Isaac Bird couldn't hold on to that one, a little bit behind him. And Kansas will have to punt the football to Nebraska with 7:22 to go. See, those guys are driving back home tonight,
right?
And they want to see if they can
what the heck?
hitchhike on the KU bus.
Grab it.
Will leave shortly after the game.
You know, that's Kansas State has turned that program around. Glenn Mason has also turned Kansas around. That's tough. Two schools competing for athletes in the same state. That's tough. There's no state university here at Nebraska, other than Nebraska.
Lance Brown caught it, and he's a gutsy guy. He can call a fair catch. 39-yard punt. A whole lot of white jerseys around him, but Brown holds on. 120 Huskers dressed this evening. Next up for Nebraska, they'll travel to Norman to take on a rejuvenated Oklahoma Sooner team.
Yeah, 2-2 in the conference play.
5-yard kick catch interference. First down, Nebraska.
That was the amazing thing about the way they started under first-year coach John Blake. That the cupboard's not bare in Norman. They're still some pretty fine football players. John Blake's got them turned around. 63-7 Huskers.
Together we are better than we could ever be alone. We'll be a team forever. The world is ours to own. You're a part of me. It's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
Jesse, you're next.
I'm all yours.
Save it for the stage, Romeo.
Carol always gives it to me straight. Like when she told me about my...
I told him about Head & Shoulders. Regular shampoos just rinse flakes away so they could come back. Head & Shoulders helps prevent flakes from even forming. You see the difference? You look great.
Thanks, but will it get me this part?
Couldn't hurt.
Head & Shoulders, because great hair can't have flakes.
Hey, break a leg.
Steve Young for Power Bar.
If you wanted to create a source of energy that was as healthy, nutritious, and low in fat as this Power Bar energy bar, here's what you'd have to do. Start with real fruit and other natural sweeteners. Add grains for complex carbs. Put in a whole bunch of important vitamins and minerals, and top it off with a splash of protein. Then you have the energy top athletes and active people rely on to perform at their best. Personally, I think you'd be better off buying a Power Bar.
Nebraska 63-7 over Kansas, and another new quarterback. It's Jeff Perino, a redshirt freshman from Durango, Colorado. Big, strong kid, 6'2", 210, good athlete. Here's Sims slipping a few tackles, and for the storyline on this game, we go downstairs to Lisa Molosky. Lisa.
Hey guys, still a great night down here. It is time now for our Southwest Airlines storyline. Nebraska defense dominating as expected. Nebraska has allowed only 1 touchdown in the last 18 quarters. In total offense, take a look at those numbers. Nebraska 547 yards, Kansas 202. Ooh. Nebraska dominating, guys.
Man, I'd say so. D'Angelo Evans back in there, and he's hit almost immediately. As soon as this young guy gets up, we'll be able to tell you who it is. It's Steve Bratton, another Colorado kid. He's from Arvada, Colorado.
Yes, I'll tell you, this gentleman, I'm sure, that's probably his 150,000th consecutive Nebraska Cornhusker game. And
I guarantee he was a season ticket holder in 70 and 71 when they won national championships.
No question about it. Yeah, he's like Tom Osborne. You can't tell that he's up 63-7. I guess he wants to hang 100 on him.
Damon Benning, one of the captains for the Huskers, and he has it inside the 40. Good first down carry. Tyrus Fontenot, redshirt freshman from Houston, will be credited with the stop.
A couple of streaks continued tonight, Drew. The Nebraska Cornhuskers. Look at the first down differential. Boy, that speaks volumes.
32 first downs. That's a pretty good season.
That's moving it. Nebraska, the 35th straight game, they accumulated at least 1 quarterback sack defensively. And that's a pretty amazing stat right there.
They go fullback, and now it's Ben Kingston's turn. See if he can get a big smile on his face like Cobb.
And for Kansas, a couple of things stayed alive for them. They have a takeaway in 15 straight games now. 21 of their last 23 games, they've taken the ball away at least 1 time from the opposition. You know, if they lose tonight, though, it'll be 3 straight losses. They haven't lost 3 straight football games since 1992. That goes to show you what Glenn Mason has gotten done here. You know, they really turned things around pretty well at Kansas.
Here's Sims hurdling his way to the 28-yard line. It's not like these 3rd, 4th, and 5th team guys are devoid of athletic ability.
Yeah, they were all state in their respective states where they play. You know, they're at least all league, all county, all whatever. You know, and it's amazing. I mean, there are high school All-Americans sprinkled throughout this roster at Nebraska. You get down to the 3rd team. Well, maybe you weren't a high school All-American, but you were certainly all league or all county. There's no doubt about it.
And again, if you grow up in Nebraska, you want to play here in Lincoln, even if it's just to run out of the tunnel. 23, new eye back in there is Chad Eicher.
You know, I've played with former Nebraska Cornhusker players and Jim Scow, Dave Remington, a couple of examples. They really talk about this place, true fondness. I mean, you know, it's a family. There's a real love for each other here, and they're loyal to each other. And Dr. Tom Osborne has a dramatic effect on these young athletes. They really do. And they've got memories they'll never, ever forget playing in front of all these fans here in Lincoln, Nebraska.
They go fullback in Kingston. Dropped by Tyrus Fontenot. Pretty good play there.
No quitting those Hawks, though.
No
quitting those Jayhawks. And that's one thing Glenn Mason mentioned. We're going to play every snap in the second half. And look at these guys. They're still separating from blocks, thumping people around a little bit. Fontenot makes a good play. Pride is the first building block of the foundation you put down, and Glenn Mason's done that with his football team.
Hey, Dave, I know you've waited all weekend to say this. Guess who's in the football game at quarterback?
Who's in the game?
The Count of Monte Cristo. Monte Cristo. And he was toss sweep to Raymond. I mean, folks, we are really deep on the depth chart right now.
Yes.
Raymond is not even on the roster.
I think Cristo should go on a quick count of Monte Cristo. He should go on that first sound up there.
It is 4th down and 1. Mercifully, there's about 3 minutes left in the football game.
Yes.
Timeout. Frankie London's now at quarterback. Everybody's playing. Is this, let me count this up. This is the 5th quarterback used by Nebraska tonight, and they like this kid a lot. They think Frankie London is going to be a heck of a player. He's a freshman from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Good pocket presence as a thrower, and he can really run the option as if they didn't have enough talent.
It's here. 97-626 LX5. Customized by Mazda.
I want to hold it in my hand.
With air, cruise control, cassette stereo, power windows and locks, and more. $17,895. Or lease for $229 a month, $500 down.
I'm never gonna let go.
Mazda, customized for value. 626.
I got a passion for the road.
When Ron Hornaday Jr. is on the track in his Napa brake parts truck, he doesn't even think about stopping.
Man, Ron's flying today. Hey, it's Earnhardt. Your wife called. Said something about an anniversary.
But when Ron hits the street, he relies on Napa brake parts. Because like all Napa parts, they're as good as you can get. Napa, we keep America running and stopping.
Our Power Bar player of the game, is there a question? Scott Frost, 12 of 16 in the air, 3 touchdowns. He also ran for 2 more.
And he probably ran for over 50 yards. I mean, he had over 300 total yards offense. And, man, he was accurate, Drew. 12 of 16, that's Joe Montana-like. Giving him a little autograph action going on there.
He's a good kid who's had to deal with some adversity so far this year, especially after that Arizona State loss. And, you know, last week he was 4 of 12 against Texas Tech. Really didn't have a huge game. There's a first down carry.
You know, that just shows you something about human nature, though. After the Arizona State game, there was nobody looking for his autograph. You're a hero tonight against Kansas, and they flock you. I mean, everybody loves the winner. They'll walk down the sidewalk with you arm in arm. If you're a loser, though, they get on the other sidewalk and walk on the other side of the street to get away from you like you're a leper.
You know, Dave Olness just carried the football. Can't tell you his first name. He's not listed anywhere. He's about the 7th team fullback, and nobody blows an assignment. I mean, they're still knocking people off the ball. Very efficient.
Because they practice so well, Drew. I mean, they split the assistant coaches up. They have 2 sets of offenses and 2 sets of defenses thumping on each other all day long. And they all get quality reps. They know how to execute offensively and defensively. They're well coached. It's a machine. It's a well-oiled machine here in Nebraska.
I wonder if everybody in that huddle knows each other's names. This is Kingston.
Here we go, another wave hitting the beach.
It's absolutely extraordinary. And it is also, I mean, we're making light of it here and having a good time with it. But honestly, it's one of the reasons that Nebraska has won 2 straight national championships. Their walk-on program, the depth that they have, especially now at the scholarship limit at 85 as opposed to a few years back when it was a 95 scholarship limit.
You get 85 walk-ons a year.
Yeah.
You know what? This is the 11th time Nebraska has been in the red zone. Now, they've scored 9 times. They've got 63 points. And here come another couple. Holy mackerel, they're taking them out of the stands and throwing equipment on them.
Hi,
they're everywhere.
Hi, my name's Ronnie. I'm a fullback.
They're growing them. They're watering the turf, and they're springing up from the turf. I mean, they're everywhere. It's unbelievable. Check this dude out. Check that dude. Man, oh, man. Pre-game meal big.
He hasn't missed too many meals.
This is a quality program here now.
Everything's a fullback give. Kingston so close to getting in the end zone, and Bratton grabbed him.
Man.
Tom Osborne is literally running the same play. It's a fullback give.
And here comes another crew.
He is not trying to run it up on Kansas. Big 12 Conference football is brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper Super Bottler and by Southwest Airlines with low fares on every flight, every seat, every day. 63-7, and Nebraska turns it over on downs. And Kansas will have the last couple of snaps. And they, too, have a new quarterback. They brought in Hamilton Hill, who's a sophomore from Wichita. There's Hamilton.
Boy, Nebraska, I don't know how many rushing touchdowns tonight they had, but they haven't given up one. So they've only given up one rushing touchdown. They've got at least 23. I think they had at least 3 rushing touchdowns tonight. Frost had a couple. Benning had one. I'm trying to remember. 6 rushing touchdowns tonight and 3 passing. Okay, they got 26 touchdowns rushing. They've only given up 1. That is incredulous.
They've only given up 7 touchdowns all year, period.
What?
And it continues to be frightening, the numbers. There's Julius Bruce. He's a sophomore from Olathe. And that, in all probability, since I don't think Kansas is going to stop the clock, will be all. It was impressive on both sides of the ball. And folks, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
They'll be in the championship hunt. It's going to happen.
63-7.
You know what? You think about when Nebraska lost to Florida State when they didn't hit the field goal. Florida State lost very late in that season to Miami. They beat Nebraska. They still won the national championship with a loss late in the year. When Tom Osborne lost to Miami, going for 2. Miami had a loss that year. They still won the national championship. Nebraska is not out of the national championship hunt by any stretch of the imagination.
No, they're not out of it yet. Circle November 29th on the calendar. Colorado visits Lincoln. And let's go down to Lisa Molosky, who's with the winning head coach. Lisa.
Thanks, Coach. Congratulations. I think you really made a statement tonight. You're looking good.
Well, we played well. Played well both sides of the ball. Kicking game was good. Got a lot of players in the game. That always kind of helps morale. So we're pleased.
I think everybody here in Nebraska is pleased. This sea of red is very impressive, Coach.
Yeah, we have great fans, and not very many places you stay to the end of the game when it scores like that, but they do here.
They certainly do. Thanks for stopping. Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, Lisa, thank you very much. It was impressive on both sides of the ball. 63-7 for our entire Fox Sports crew. Lisa Molosky and Dave Lapham. I'm Drew Goodman saying so long from Lincoln, Nebraska.
This college football scoreboard is brought to you by National Interrent. You've got places to go. We've got the keys.
Welcome back to the Residence Inn College Football Scoreboard. A reminder, Sports Center with Dan Patrick and Kenny Mayne coming up in about a half hour at 11 Eastern. Back to the scores and highlights. Special night in Lincoln. Tommy Frazier's number 15 retired. The man who truly was the leader of the Nebraska team that won back-to-back titles, the runner-up in the Heisman Trophy voting 95. Frazier on hand to be honored before Nebraska takes on Kansas, looking to continue the absolute domination of this series. The man who replaced Frazier, Scott Frost. A great night. Best night of the year. Here he didn't have to do much. Just pitch it to Amon Green, who goes in from 11 yards out. 14-0 at that point. Next, Nebraska possession. It's Frost up top and sharp today in the air. Brendan Holbein over the middle. 20-yard touchdown. 21-0. Huskers still in the second quarter. It's Frost. This time he'll keep it and, untouched by human hand, make it 28-7. Great night for Frost. Rolls on. Holbein does a lot of the work here, but another aerial touchdown for Scott Frost. He was responsible for 5 touchdowns. Nebraska scored on 5 straight possessions. An absolute demolition of Kansas. It's now 28 straight times that Kansas has lost to Nebraska. Scott Frost responsible for 289 yards of total offense. Next week, the rivalry against Oklahoma. If you see Nebraska on your schedule in October, try to get the game moved. In the last decade, Tom Osborne has not lost an October game, and not only do they win, they destroy people by 32.7. Remarkable figures. It is a red October if you play the Huskers. Also in the Big 12 today, Texas-Colorado, second quarter. Texas leading and adding to the lead. James Brown to Mike Adams. Horns up by 10. Coy Detmer looking to pass. Gary Mosher going to get him. And watch Detmer's head get thrown hard to the turf at Folsom Field. A second-degree concussion. Detmer forced to leave and would have to watch the second half in street clothes. It's kind of like the A&M game when the injury was more serious into the leg last year. It's time for John Hessler to come in and be the comeback kid. Touchdown there. Puts Neuheisel's team up 4. Texas got a couple of chances, though. Here is one of them with a $1:47 left and driving. Adams can't hang on to that one. Colorado does hold on. An interception by Roska in the fourth quarter, and then one last desperation pass on the final play of the game from the 40-yard line that fell incomplete. So Colorado wins by 4, moves to 4-0, staying perfect along with Nebraska in their half of the Big 12. Oklahoma and Kansas State today in Manhattan. KSU up 28-7. Brian Cavanaugh to Kevin Lockett, who had a career day we'll talk about in a second. KSU up 35-7. Their lead was 42-21. Here comes Oklahoma. Eric Moore to Michael McDaniel, now 42-28. Oklahoma keeps coming back. Eric Moore rolling, scrambling, in trouble, finds Maurice Little from 4 yards out. It's 42-35. They get the ball back, a chance to tie, maybe force OT. But the All-American back in the secondary, Chris Canty, is there for the INT, halting the Oklahoma desperation comeback, nearly blowing a 28-point lead at the start of the fourth quarter. KSU hangs on to win by 7. Lockett had 12 catches today. He breaks the school record for career receptions. We've told you about Oklahoma, Nebraska coming up. KSU, 1 loss in that half of the conference. They are off for next week. Send you to the Pac-10 now. What happened out west today? Arizona State, Stanford. Arizona State up 7-0. Jake Plummer, Lindsey Jackson, 17 yards, 14-0 on 2 Plummer passes. Take you to the third quarter. It's 28-9. Plummer, who just finds the ball to the end zone, whether he throws it or he runs it here, smells the pylon, gets into the end zone, responsible for 3 more touchdowns today, over 300 yards passing. Arizona State continues its perfect march in the Pac-10. They're 8-0, 5-0 in the conference, as they hand Stanford a 3rd conference loss on the season at Oregon State next for perfect ASU. Washington and Oregon, bad blood in this rivalry over the last few years. 7-0 Washington in the first. Corey Dillon had another unbelievable day. 7-yard score, pinballing off of tacklers. Lambeau's team up 14-0. Now it's 21-7, and it's Dillon again. This time, cutting it back to the outside and going the distance. He was in junior college last year. This year, he's near the top of the Saturday Stars. 259 yards rushing in this game for Corey Dillon. Rashawn Who? Washington beats Oregon 33-14 at 259, the second highest total rushing in Washington history. Washington at SC, important game in the Pac-10 next week because Washington is 4-1. SC involved in night action. We'll keep an eye on that game in the Palouse. It is just over in Berkeley, UCLA and Cal. Fourth quarter, UCLA up 24-21. Cade McNown to Skip Hicks, who did most of the damage in the second half against the Cal defense. There goes Hicks. 64 yards for what proves to be his 3rd touchdown of the day. 31-21. Then Hicks punches it in from a couple of yards out. A tremendous day for Skip Hicks. 3 rushing touchdowns, 1 receiving, over 100 yards rushing. It's now a final in Berkeley. Cal, the 5-0 start. They've lost back-to-back games. Important win for UCLA. They're now 2-2 in the conference and pull even with Cal, and obviously the advantage in the head-to-head. Here are the games going on right now in the Pac-10. Arizona trailing Oregon State. Look at that. Oregon State maybe back-to-back wins. Perish the thought. They lead 7-0. And Washington State at the Palouse, where it is chilly but not snowing, leading USC 7-0. Here are the Pac-10 standings so you can put into perspective what we're talking about. Arizona State stays perfect. Washington, big win. If Washington State wins at home, they move into a tie for second. UCLA joining Southern Cal and Cal at 2-2. Remember, Southern Cal in action tonight. There's much more ahead on the Residents Inn College Football Scoreboard, including Penn State facing a double-digit halftime deficit in Bloomington. We'll show you how they did. How'd Wisconsin bounce back from the disaster of last week against Northwestern? Highlights from East Lansing as we continue on ESPN.
Meet with friends. Enjoy the atmosphere. Downtown Kearney. With fine dining, entertainment, shows, plus shops suited for every walk of life. You'll find just what you're looking for in downtown Kearney.
Discover the newest addition to the Kearney Center, Betty Jane's. Everything you need to put the heart in your home in our spacious new location at 2123 Central Avenue. Warm, old-fashioned service in a charming old building. Beautiful gift wrap free with any $10 purchase at Betty Jane's.
I'm Chris. My dad owns Platte Valley Glass. The more business he gets, the better my chances are of getting to go to a Husker football game. So see Platte Valley Glass today.
Kearney's full-service printer is Copycat Printing at 2100 Avenue A. Whether your printing needs are large or small, Copycat Printing will take care of it. Copycat Printing, your perfect printer.
B, 7:30 p.m.
On Monday nights, your NFL action starts at 7:30 because between what happens on Sunday and what's coming up Monday night, there's plenty to talk about.
The time will be 7:30.
Join Mike Tirico, Sterling Sharp, and Joe Theismann as they take you deep inside the NFL. Analysis, perspective, experience. It's time to catch NFL Prime Monday. Monday nights at 7:30, only on ESPN.
Big week here at ESPN. On Friday, ESPN puts a whole new spin on sports news. We're very proud to announce the launch of ESPN News, television's most comprehensive sports news service. Up-to-the-minute reports on all the breaking news from the world of sports, 24 hours a day. It debuts Friday. Call your local cable operator or satellite provider. We'll see you there on Friday night. Michigan, Minnesota. Battle for the Little Brown Jug tonight in the Metrodome. Scoreless in the first quarter. This game was on ESPN2. Scott Dreisbach, play action. He only had a couple of touchdown passes this year to his wide receivers. How about getting Ty Streets one? 36-yard touchdown. Streets first of the year, 7-0 Michigan. Next possession, back to the ground, and Chris Howard has been grinding them out this year. Broke through the arm tackle and goes 86 yards. The longest touchdown of his career. He'd add a second quarter touchdown of 9 yards, and Michigan 6-1, 3-1 in the conference. Minnesota, boy, the games are now getting precious for Jim Wacker to get to 5 wins. Michigan wins this game by 34. Earlier today on ESPN, Penn State was down 20-10 at the half, but as you see, they scored 38 of the 44 points in the second half. Indiana has lost 13 straight in the Big Ten, and nobody's paying attention to Michigan State, but Todd Schultz back at quarterback, another effective game. Cedric Irvin, 149 total yards. Michigan State is 4-1. Here are the Big Ten standings. We showed you earlier the wins for Northwestern and Ohio State. Once again, a reminder, they don't play this season. Michigan State sitting all alone in third. Michigan and Iowa now tied. Penn State at 3-2 after their victory today. A couple of night games I want to show you highlights of. North Carolina out of conference at Houston. ACC against Conference USA. Chris Keldorf to Octavius Barnes, who somehow makes the catch. 14-0 North Carolina. Next possession, move right back down the field at the 1 and give it to Leon Johnson. Bust the plane, his 43rd career touchdown. That's the school record. North Carolina dispatches Houston tonight, 42-14 in the Astrodome. Dre Bly did have an interception in this game. That's 8 for the season. He is the leader in major college football. Another indoor game tonight, Tulane and Southern Miss. We showed you earlier Tulane had the lead, but Southern Miss, Eric Booth has just scored a touchdown. Southern Miss's defense has done the job. You see 2 Tulane special teams touchdowns. Southern Miss leading by 3. We'll keep an eye on this one as we continue through the scoreboard. Out to the WAC for Tulsa and Utah. Oh, look at a little snow a few days before Halloween. In Salt Lake City, Mike Fouts up top to Kevin Dyson. Watch him drag the Tulsa defender. Come on in here, you Golden Cane. 56 yards, one of 2 touchdowns for Dyson. Fouts threw 3, 45-19. Chris Fuamatu Ma'afala, the leading rusher for Utah, was out today. Juan Johnson steps in, nearly gets 200 yards. That is Juan, not Ron. 3 touchdowns for Johnson. BYU handles TCU 45-21. Sarkeesian over 300 again. 5 straight WAC road wins for the now 8-1 Cougars. Colorado State hands San Diego State its first loss of the season within the conference, beating SDSU 27-18. And don't forget Rice, folks, in the WAC, because if they hang on to beat UTEP and they're winning at the Sun Bowl, they will be just 1 game behind Utah and BYU in the WAC Mountain, and they play Utah and BYU in the next 2 weeks. To the Ancient 8, the Ivy League, where Columbia continues to be the story that Chris documented on College Game Day, like Northwestern and Arizona State. Columbia is finding ways to win football games, and they did it again today, beating Yale in New Haven 13-10 in dramatic fashion. So Columbia matches the best start in school history at 6-0. Want to check other Ivy scores and not forget Dartmouth. They're off to their best start in more than a couple of decades. 6-0, 3-0 in the Ivy as Dartmouth handles Cornell 38-21. Among the Ivy League scores today is Brown and Harvard won as well. Let's go back to Iowa City. Chris, Lee, and Kirk. Guys?
Mike, thank you. Columbia keeps winning at field goal about a minute to go. They visited the Northwestern
Those bus
coaches.
rides are working out.
They visited the Northwestern coaches in the spring, borrowed that theme from them. So far, it's working. You got a few folks hanging out back here, still dreaming of an Iowa game against Northwestern at the end of the season. Yeah. Mike showed you the standings. Can you imagine a loss to Wake Forest, a team that hasn't won a game since, could cost Northwestern the Rose Bowl this year?
Yeah, but Ohio State was also one good thing about them today. They weren't impressive offensively, but I'll tell you what, special teams and defense, they look very good. And I disagree with my friend here. I think beating Iowa here will keep them number 2 in the AP poll. I don't think they jump over Florida State.
I don't think they will either. I think Florida State's number 2. I don't think Ohio State will be number 2.
I think Ohio State will be number 2.
Ohio State right now has put themselves in a good position after winning here on the road at Iowa. They have to return home, play Minnesota at Illinois, at Indiana, and of course the Michigan game at the end of the year. Northwestern, on the other hand, has a tough road. Go to Penn State. They have to come here to Iowa, and then they end the end of the season with Purdue. So it's going to be a tough road for Northwestern, but again, it's kind of deja vu, just like last year.
Michigan State sitting there with that one conference loss. They blew the lead to Iowa, the big lead. That's their only conference loss. Without that, what if? They'd really be in the Rose Bowl race. They have to go to Michigan, though, and Penn State in coming weeks.
Well, I like Michigan State's team. They're kind of a sneaky kind of team. They're 4-1 right now. Todd Schultz, their quarterback, is 4-1. Remember, they play at Michigan next week, and Todd Schultz and Michigan State is good enough to beat Michigan next week. They're a fine football team.
I agree with you 100%. With Todd Schultz at quarterback, Michigan State is a completely different football team, very confident, and Nick Saban has done a great job in taking over this program. George Perlis left it a little bit in disarray. Saban has picked up the pieces and really has his team believing.
Big Ten, great conference this year. Great balance, should be a great race. Mike, back to you.
All right, Chris, we'll check back with you guys before we call it a night. And after we do, SportsCenter will be on the way. The full baseball story. Do the Yankees close it out? Carl Ravitch and company are in the Bronx. The Tour Championship. Tom Lehman, Mr. Third Round on the PGA Tour in '96, did it again. And one last time for Cigar. Will he smoke a victory cigar in his last race, or his owner? We'll be back.
This man just woke up in a Residence Inn hotel room. What are his options? He can A, make a cup of fresh coffee in the kitchen. B, walk all the way over to the living room area and start a fire in the fireplace. Or C, shoot some hoops. Okay, let's see what he does. D, none of the above. Residence Inn by Marriott, the next best thing to home.
What are you going to do with your tank of gas?
This is about how you sell, about how one company has the keys you need to open new doors for your business. This is about things like call centers, the new media, electronic catalogs, and more. About people who can help you keep your direct mail, your toll-free service, all your direct response programs in step with each other. This is about marketing, about technology, about how powerful they can be when you know how to mix them together. Network MCI. That's how.
When traveling for a few days or more, there are 2 ways to get a full kitchen, fireplace, and a large, comfortable living room. The other way is to stay at a Residence Inn. Residence Inn by Marriott, the next best thing to home.
Thursday Night Football on ESPN gets started with the weekend kickoff show with Chris, Lee, and Kirk at 7:30 Eastern Time. Then we'll be in Pittsburgh as the Boston College Eagles take on the Pitt Panthers and Billy West. Halloween night in Pittsburgh. Join us, won't you, at 8 Eastern. That's a Big East battle. Back to the Residence Inn College Football scoreboard and the Big East story from this day. Syracuse and Boston College. After losing the first two, Syracuse's offense has kicked in gear and setting a school record for the number of points they're putting up. Here are the highlights on Chestnut Hill. End of the second quarter, tied at 14, Donovan McNabb. Quentin Spotwood, the true freshman, in the end zone for the touchdown. Q's up 21-14. McNabb threw 2 today, and he ran 2. So elusive, he scored twice on quarterback draws, and West Virginia fans, this is what you'll see next week. Syracuse beat BC 45-17. It was 14-7 BC at one point in the second quarter, and Syracuse poured it on the rest of the way, scoring over 30 points in 5 straight games for the first time in school history. And as many of you just saw, Tremaine Mack, the punt block in the final minute leads to the touchdown. Miami beats West Virginia 10-7. Gutty effort by the quarterback Ryan Clement. He's standing by with Kellen Winslow.
All right, thank you, guys. Ryan, a gusty performance. How's the shoulder doing?
It hurts right now, but it feels a lot better after that punt, man. After that punt got blocked, it feels great right now.
How'd you feel coming out? Was it tight? Did you have trouble getting it loose?
It was tight. I really couldn't feel much of it. It was just a deal where I just had to work through it. And once I found a rhythm, I was throwing the ball okay, but the feeling started coming back in the second half. And every hit I took was kind of nasty, but the offensive line did a great job. And I can't say enough about special teams and the way we just got that win. So just a game where the big play was going to win it. I made a mistake right here throwing that pick, and our special teams rectified it for us.
You still got a shot at the coalition.
Yeah, we still got a shot at coalition. I mean, right there. In that last 2 minutes, we got a shot at the coalition and going to a big-time bowl game, and that's our season. That's what we're playing for. We just got to pick it up from here, go on, win the Big East, and get in one of those bowls.
Well, thank you, Ryan. Tell little Kellen I said hello and good luck to you, okay?
Thanks, Kellen.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Kellen, thank you, and we'll talk more about the bowl picture momentarily. Virginia Tech trailed Pittsburgh in the third quarter, but the Hokies scored the last couple of touchdowns to beat Pittsburgh by 17 points, and Rutgers gets its first Big East win for Terry Shea, handing Temple a 7th straight loss. So here's what it looks like in the Big East. Syracuse and Miami, they play the last game of the Big East regular season in the Carrier Dome. West Virginia 1 loss and Virginia Tech 1 loss, still very much alive. And remember, West Virginia, Virginia Tech have to meet at the end of their season as well. Let's clean up the Big 12 day for you. Texas Tech, Texas A&M. Hans Spartan was close to 200 yards, but Zebby Lethbridge and his team was down 4, and he had to go up top to Sammy Morris for this 81-yard touchdown out of the backfield to put Texas Tech up for good, 13-10. Used to be like last year, you didn't walk into College Station and win football games. Texas A&M, which through the 90s had lost just 1 game at home, has lost 3 home games thus far this season. Baylor, the second to worst defense in major college football against the run, allowed Troy Davis to get 138 yards, maybe under what some expected, but Baylor does come up with the victory. They're first in Big 12 play. In overtime at Faurot Field, Missouri moves to 3-4, dropping Oklahoma State to 500. Oklahoma State tied the game with 37 seconds left, but Missouri gets the win. We've been kind of alluding to it now that we are virtually through the month of October and to the final month of the college football season. The bowl picture starts to become more important. Let's explain once again, in case you forgot, how the conferences are set up with the bowl bids that are already assured. 6 Big 12 teams will go bowling, 5 in the Big 10 and the SEC, 4 in the ACC and Big East and Pac-10. The WAC is a conference that will feel slighted in all likelihood when it's all said and done. The Big West and the MAC meet in the Las Vegas Bowl on ESPN. Conference USA also gets a bowl bid. There are a few out there for independents. To talk about this, let's go back to Chris and company in Iowa City.
Hi, Mike. Thank you. We'll talk the major bowls now. And again, the Rose Bowl inching closer to having perhaps a battle of unbeatens out there. Ohio State, some hurdles left. Arizona, that hurdle left with Arizona State, I should say, with Arizona at the end of the year. But let's talk Alliance Bowls first. After the top 2 Alliance teams go to the Sugar Bowl, guys, Fiesta has pick number 3, Orange has pick number 4, Fiesta 5, Orange 6. So let's make some predictions.
What did you say? Okay, let me go over this thing. It's late. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning. All right, Florida. I think Florida's going to run the table, play Nebraska, who beat Colorado, and go to the Sugar Bowl. Then I like Tennessee. Tennessee, Peyton Manning against the Irish, 9-2 in the Fiesta Bowl. And then Florida State, who loses to Florida, goes to the Orange Bowl and plays Syracuse. And
You like Syracuse?
Yeah, I like them now. I didn't like them last week.
Yeah, about 15 minutes ago, I thought West Virginia would be out in that bowl.
Right.
I like it. In the Sugar Bowl, I think Florida and Nebraska, and I agree with my friend here. He's been hanging with his preseason pick, Nebraska. Scott Frost today, he went after the defense, played with great confidence, so I think Nebraska definitely will be there with Florida in the Sugar Bowl Fiesta. Tennessee playing, I think, Northwestern or Notre Dame, but I think Northwestern could be a great draw because of the Cinderella story once again this year. Orange Bowl, Florida State in Miami. I think Miami will go, and at the end of the year, knock off Syracuse to end up being, they're still undefeated in the Big East. And the Rose Bowl, obviously Ohio State and Arizona State. And Ohio State and Arizona State will have some national championship implications.
They won't.
I think it won't. I think Ohio State, you got to make sure. This is where he and I disagree. National championship implications, Rose Bowl?
Florida. National champ. Ohio State number 2.
Florida's it right now, that's for sure.
Now you got to tell me what you said. For a guy whose bedtime it's after, you're pretty lively.
Right,
Mike has more scores and highlights. Their service academies continuing their ground wars. That is straight ahead. We'll get Lee to bed. We'll get you back to the studio after this.
In the beginning, you watched the big game on TV, and it was okay. Then life seemed a little better. But baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it. Pony's Barn Grill, your Husker headquarters, downtown Kearney.
Hankook Tires, with over 50 years of tire design and manufacturing experience, invites you to experience the latest in high-performance technology. Computer-designed treads give you higher performance, better fuel economy. Every Hankook tire must pass over 800 quality checks, or we won't sell it. Hankook, high-performance radials.
See Bob's Total Service at 1616 2nd Avenue in Kearney, your Hankook tire dealer.
This is only a test for the debut of ESPN News. On November 1st at 7 p.m., we will interrupt our regular ESPN programming to bring you the special one-hour network premiere of ESPN News. This concludes this test.
Ahead on SportsCenter, the Yankees go for the clincher in their first World Series crown since 1978. We'll break down the PGA Tour Championship in layman's terms. And soup's on at the Breeders' Cup. For Dan Patrick, I'm Kenny Mayne, SportsCenter, 11 Eastern.
SportsCenter's coming up in about 5.5 minutes. Here is the Wendy's Heisman update. Danny Werfel didn't hurt his numbers today, didn't play today. Jake Plummer with another excellent day for Arizona State as they remain perfect. The running backs, Byron Hanspard, just under 200 yards against Texas A&M. Troy Davis, 138 for Iowa State. Peyton Manning in the game for Tennessee, 176 yards, a touchdown, an INT. Orlando Pace coming into today at 41 pancake blocks. One sticks out in my mind from today where he was 40 yards down the field, clearing out an Iowa defender with one arm. Warwick Dunn, as Mike and Ron said during our primetime game, always plays well in the big games, doesn't he? And Tiki Barber had a huge game in the losing effort for Virginia. Well, the service academies continue their march in the special season. Undefeated Army against Miami of Ohio. Bobby Williams fights his way to the end zone. The Cadets, 408 rushing yards today. They are undefeated, 7-0. They beat Miami of Ohio in Oxford, 27-7. Well, the list of winning streaks is short. Wyoming with 11. Army has won 9 straight, including today. Arizona State, 8 straight. West Virginia had won 9 in a row, but they lost just a short time ago. How are the Falcons doing today? After the win at Notre Dame, Bo Morgan on the fake against Hawaii, breaking tackles. From 16 yards out, it's a touchdown, and the Force is up 7-0. Now up 21-7, Morgan looking to extend the lead. Once again, a keeper. He had 192 yards rushing today against Hawaii, a 27-point win for Air Force, and Morgan another 131 yards passing, so he continues to be the double threat as Hawaii moves to 5-2. So you see Bo Morgan, he is now closing in on college football history, trying to become the first man in back-to-back seasons to run and pass for 1,000 yards. Very close to the rushing and closing in on the passing as well. How about Navy? second best in school history, 463 rushing yards as they beat Wake Forest 47-18. Chris alluded to it earlier. The only loss for Northwestern was to Wake Forest. Since that game, Wake has been outscored 237-51. Well, the coaches who decided or had their futures decided for them in one case, Kentucky, Bill Curry, he will not be back after the season. And look what happens tonight in the Commonwealth. Kentucky beat Georgia 24-17. Jim Sweeney gets win 199. One more to go to get to 200. He announced that he will retire after this season. They beat UNLV. UNLV has now lost 11 straight. That's the longest in the country. Toledo beat Western Michigan. Western Michigan still without a win. That game was an overtime. Best of the MAC against the poorest record in the MAC. Duke did not get a win. They stay winless. And New Mexico State looks like it will get its first victory of the season. Well, this game is now a final in the Superdome. Southern Miss has defeated Tulane 31-28, so Southern Miss stays atop Conference USA, perfect with a 3-0 mark. Some other games that are going on. Arizona, after falling down 7-0 to the Beavers, has put up 10 points, so the Wildcats lead by 3. And one other game to report on, Washington State in the Palouse has seen USC added a field goal, so the Washington State lead is 4 at 7-3 as they play late first quarter. We are just a couple of minutes away from Sports Center. Very lonely here. But two receivers to the left, Dan Patrick and Kenny Mayne. They have the story of the Yankees win the World Series.
The Value Drive is on during Oldsmobile's Value Drive sales event. Exceptional quality and value. That's 88 by Oldsmobile. J.D. Power and Associates' best premium midsize car in initial quality. For a limited time, Oldsmobile is clearing out all remaining 96s. And with special factory-to-retailer incentives on new 97 models, you have an even greater opportunity to save. 88 by Oldsmobile. The time to buy is now. The Value Drive is on. See your Oldsmobile retailer today.
Would a man attack the peak of K2 if a remarkably soft pair of pants were placed there? Would a man tread the lip of a volcano for pants that were pure cotton yet wrinkle-free? Would a man brave the trackless Sahara for pants that were suitable for work and play? A man would if he were a
hunk of it. The Huskers had a chance to set a new school record today at home against Kansas, and what happened in recent days may have made that an easier get. Kansas played without star runner June Henley, who was suspended after his arrest on suspicion of drinking and driving. Let's go to the game. Nebraska quarterback Scott Frost leading the 5th-ranked Cornhuskers. Second quarter, 21-7 Nebraska, and it's Frost into the end zone to bootleg in. 10-yard touchdown, 28-7. Increasing it now, 35-7, and Frost to Brendan Holbein. He runs right through the defense, 15-yard touchdown, 42-7. They're on a roll, and I guess they got on a bigger roll, 63-7. Frost 12 of 16 for 254 yards, 3 touchdowns throwing. He also ran for a couple more. Texas and Colorado, the Longhorns looking for the upset.
It's the Tom Osborne Show. With two-time defending national champion coach, Tom Osborne. The Tom Osborne Show is being sponsored in part by the Pacific Realty Group. And now, here's your host, Bill Dolman.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Bill Dolman, and welcome to the Tom Osborne Show. The lights were on in Memorial Stadium for the first time in 4 years on Saturday night as Nebraska took on its Big 12 border rival, Kansas. With another television audience and the 211th consecutive sellout looking on, the Huskers turned in arguably their best performance of the season in beating the Jayhawks 63-7. On today's show, we'll review the highlights of the Big Reds' big win, and we'll also be joined by a couple of the stars of the Huskers show, Scott Frost and Scott Saltzman. Plus, a little later on, you'll meet Jeff Ogard in this week's player feature. But first, let's turn our attention to Nebraska and Kansas with NU head coach Tom Osborne. And Tom, it was a terrific win for Nebraska coming off the win at Texas Tech at 63-7. Were you surprised by what took place out there?
Yeah, I sure was, Bill. I thought we would probably win the game if we played reasonably well, but I had no idea it would be of that magnitude. And I guess the gratifying thing was that we played well in all phases of the game. The kicking game was reasonably good. The defense was certainly fine, and the offense was rather spectacular. So just glad to see it all come together.
It was a tremendously balanced attack for Nebraska. We'll take a quick break right here and come back with a look at the first quarter of Nebraska and Kansas right after this. Stay with us.
winning isn't just about trying harder. It's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call 1-800-445-3350.
Higher education keeps us in step with tomorrow. At Amigos, we believe in investing in the future. That's why we offer a scholarship program to our employees who are furthering their education.
As a student, you can start thinking about the STEP program when you're in high school.
I started when I was 15, and so by the time I got to college, I was already at 50% tuition.
I've earned over $3,000 or close to $3,000 being in the STEP program. People like to help other people. That's what we do.
Jim Munoz isn't a First Bank customer just because they gave him his first checking account, or the car loan that he wanted, or the school loan that he needed. Jim's a First Bank customer because they gave his dad the business loan that he needed to grow the company and hire the right talent to make it prosper.
There's something special about a night game at Memorial Stadium that brings out the emotion in the Husker fans. When the sun goes down, they tend to get a little more fired up than usual, and that's saying something for that crowd. Kansas found that out back in 1992 in the last night game played in Lincoln, a game that Nebraska won 49-7. And Tom, adding to the emotion of the night was the retirement of Tommy Frazier's jersey. It's certainly an honor well deserved for Tommy.
Yeah, it was really nice for Tommy. He was a great player. 4-year career here. I think he probably did about as much as anybody ever had for Nebraska football, and so really a nice honor for him.
And adding to the occasion was the appearance of Clester Johnson back on the Memorial Stadium turf and his coach Turner Gill, and then the Black Shirts get a chance right off the bat to really set the tone for the contest.
Yeah, we won the toss and elected to take the wind, which is kind of unusual for us, but it was a significant wind, and on the first play you see John Hess breaking through and throwing Eric Galbraith for a loss of 7. And now a deflected pass actually could have been caught, but it was a little bit high. And now it's 3rd and 17. And Jared Tomish comes in and sacks Johnner, the quarterback, for another loss of 7. And it looks like maybe the strategy to take the win was a good one. And you see Tomish has never even touched there. It shows great quickness, and their offensive tackle just missed him.
Yeah, the wind in Lincoln during Saturday was blowing at 30 to 40, even 50 miles an hour, and so it wasn't as cold as it could have been, but certainly the wind was a factor.
It was still significant, and of course here, it looks to me, we're not supposed to be critical of officials, but it looked to me like the Kansas
Do you want me to say it?
was standing right by the receiver there, and you were supposed to give him a 2-yard cushion. And Octavius McFarland didn't hang on to the ball, and so the ball goes over to Kansas. We were hoping maybe we'd get a flag there. Now here, Van is carrying the ball. Of course, with June Henley out of the ball game, he had to shoulder the load here. It looks like the ball
may have come
is
loose. Play, yeah.
and we get it. Mike Minter has recovered the fumble. But again, that was ruled down, so we didn't have very good luck to start with.
Kansas got a break, though, getting pretty good field position on that turnover. They were back against their wall, and then they come out around the 35-yard line.
Yeah, we had hoped that we would get the ball, about the 35-yard line. Now we take over the ball here, and Amon Green gets a little bit of running room here and picks up 4 yards. And then this was a 3rd down play. It was not an easy catch, but it was certainly a catchable ball. It would have given us the 1st down, so we had to punt the ball away at this point. And now they hit a swing pass, and they really hurt us on that particular pattern a year ago down in Kansas. We never did seem to get the thing stopped. That was Galbraith who caught the ball. Now good pressure on the quarterback. He's hit just as he released the ball. It was intended for Van.
Jason Peter came in to put that pressure on, and he started despite the broken hand.
It seemed like he was able to function pretty well with the broken hand and the cast. And there, Johnner hits Friday for a gain of 15, and so they've now with the recovered fumble, they've kind of gotten things going here. Now another sack. That's a loss of 4 yards by Wistrom, see a replay of it here. See excellent pressure by our outside people. We're getting a great pass rush from those rush ends. And I think Jeff Ogard and Jason Peter are doing a great job of neutralizing everybody up the middle, and so the defense is very sound.
And now Nebraska takes over at its own 23-yard line. This is 7.5 minutes into the contest, and that first drive didn't go very far, but this is a pretty good drive right here.
Well, this is a replay of a pitch play here, and you see Amon Green slipping through there and picking up about 11 yards, and that was on a second down play.
And then Air Nebraska takes off.
Now we run a play-action pass here, and Rashawn Jackson was behind everybody. Somehow or another, they just got fooled by the play action, and it's a 41-yard gain. And usually in most any long touchdown drive, there's usually a fairly significant play of 20, 30, 40 yards, and this was the one here.
Look at these numbers, 83 yards passing and 45 yards rushing. Now, that's not Nebraska-like. You're maybe throwing the ball a little bit too much?
Well, we had some big plays in the passing game. We really didn't throw it any more than we have other games, 17, 18 times, but we completed more of them, and a lot of them were bigger plays. And here, Amon Green rushes for 4 yards over the right side. That was a 3rd down and 3, got us a 1st down. Now off tackle, and that's Joel Makovica, and Joel picked up 5. And now a nice bootleg pattern, and we hit Sheldon Jackson in the back of the end zone for 8 yards and a touchdown. So that was a well-executed drive of roughly almost 80 yards, I guess 77, 78
Scott
yards.
did a great job of firing the ball in there. There was some pretty good coverage there in the end zone. He found Sheldon in the back of the end zone for the touchdown. Both Jacksons had big plays on that drive.
Yeah, they did. And, with the lighting at night, sometimes you're worried a little bit about players picking up the football, but we seem to catch it well and see it. And back to the defense, Galbraith gains 1, and a little slant pass. That was Isaac Bird who caught the pass for a gain of 3. Terrell Farley made the stop. It was 3rd and 5, so they had to punt it away again. So now in this case we go with a play-action pass, and this is a great catch by Kenny Cheatham. The ball was high, and Kenny got hit just as the ball arrived, and I was really glad to see him make this big play. It was a nice throw too by Scott Frost, and we need to get some of these guys going. And I just had the feeling that players like Kenny Cheatham, Shevin Wiggins made some big plays.
We'll see Shevin
Jeff
here on
Lake
the reverse.
did some nice things, and they all have speed and talent. Now, Shevin has the cornerback waiting for him, and he couldn't quite beat him. We were hoping that maybe Shevin would be able to beat a guy one-on-one.
You were kind of in a 2-minute drill as the first quarter came to an end because you had the wind behind you.
Well, we were trying to take advantage of that wind, and obviously wanted to throw the ball deep a little bit while we had it.
Well, it certainly paid off with a big catch by Kenny Cheatham. After 1 quarter of play, Nebraska leads at 7-0. We'll take a timeout here, but don't go away. You don't want to miss any of the highlights of a big, big second quarter. We're back in just a moment.
Hurry in for hot deals at Menards. Keep out the cold with WJ Dennis products. Choose from door bottoms, foam tape, weather stripping, and more. All on sale for 20% off. Save on your energy bills with Honeywell thermostats. Choose from many models. Programmable thermostats are easy to set for maximum energy savings. Now $37.97. Menards is your headquarters for energy-saving products.
Save big money at Menards.
Nebraska Waterbed Mart's annual Clean Sweep sale is happening now. Here's your chance to take home some of the best bargains of the year. We're sweeping out all 1996 floor model and one-of-a-kind bookcase and 4-poster waterbeds as low as $188. Sterling back supporter waveless mattresses from $99. Solid wood bedroom furniture starting at just $119. You'll even save on soft side waterbeds and decorator linens. Plus, for a limited time only, we're offering 1-year interest-free financing during our huge Clean Sweep sale on this week at Nebraska Waterbed Mart, Grand Island.
Ben Nelson's gone too far. The World Herald writes, Nelson's vehement attack on Chuck Hagel's integrity was unjustified. Nelson's trying to deceive Nebraskans with unsubstantiated personal attacks on Hagel's business record. There's no evidence of wrongdoing. Nelson's detour into the mud cannot change the facts. Nelson broke his word to provide property tax relief. Taxes are higher, and broke his pledge to serve his full term. Chuck Hagel is a Nebraskan who supports lower taxes, smaller government, stronger values.
Welcome back. The Huskers have a 7-point lead after one, and already the Black Shirts have set the tone for the game. And now as we move into the second quarter, it's the offense's turn to take control, and it doesn't take too long. Tom, like we said, you ended the first quarter in a bit of a 2-minute drill, and that really puts you in great position as the second quarter opens up.
Well, we're down deep inside Kansas territory. Nice run there by Ahman Green, a gain of 9 on a pitch play. And now an option play. I believe Scott Frost audible to this play, and a nice block by Joel Makovic out in front. And it was a good decision by Scott, and scored rather easily from 11 yards out. We see a replay of it here. You see the tight end coming down and sealing off the linebacker. The split receiver took the defensive back clear into the end zone. And so it was kind of a walk-in, and was really a well-executed option.
And that gives Nebraska a 14-0 lead. The time of that drive, just 1:54. And now Kansas takes over on this possession, and they really have some poor field position. The Black Shirts come out hitting hard, and they get the big break right here with the turnover.
I believe we got 3 turnovers from Kansas, and we lost 1 ourselves, so we were +2. Kansas was leading the Big 12 in turnover margin going into the game, so it was significant that we came out ahead in the turnovers, and nice play there by our defense.
Now don't blink, here come the Huskers again.
Well, this is what we call a jailbreak screen, which is kind of all or nothing. One receiver comes down the line of scrimmage, and everybody releases downfield ahead of him, so if you get the ball thrown cleanly, in this case it went to Brendan Holbein, you've got a lot of blockers downfield, and you see some good blocks here. Aaron Taylor was out in front, among others. Receivers did a good job. And so in one play, we score, and that was a 20-yard gain.
A lot of yards after that catch, too, for Brendan Holbein. Nebraska, 2 touchdowns in 21 seconds. In fact, Nebraska scored 21 points in just a little over 3 minutes, and then Kansas answers right back with the big play for the touchdown to Isaac Bird.
That was almost faster than we scored. That was a great pass, 77-yard touchdown, which was almost half the yards that they had in the game, I guess at least a third. And so we come back here on with a drive here, Benning for 5, then Damon back for 6 again. Now we fake the reverse, and a great catch here by Jeff Lake. The ball was just slightly behind him, and that was 31-yard play. We fake the reverse, and sometimes a fake reverse will kind of freeze the secondary just a little bit. And it was a well-thrown ball, and nice job of drilling the ball in there to Jeff Lake. Jeff's a big guy with speed, out of Columbus, and has run a 10-500 meters in high school. Now an excellent run by Joel Makovic, excellent leg strength, and this is the first time Joel's been healthy in about almost 4 weeks. He's had a hamstring pull, and it was nice to see him going strong.
He had a hard time hanging on to the ball last week at Texas Tech, and here he wrapped it up pretty tough and got hit a couple of times and still ran well.
Well, he was playing hurt, and I think he was probably concentrating as much on the injury, and in this game he was healthy. Now Scott Frost audibled an option play, did an excellent job of picking up a blitz, and you see our right tackle here, Freddie Pollock, reaching, and the defender ran upfield, took the pitch away, and Scott just used his speed into the end zone, and so that was a 10-yard touchdown run. So we answered very quickly and came back in, I believe, just 3 minutes and had a long touchdown drive. Great hit there by John Hess. John really played well again in this ball game and had a number of tackles. And you see a replay here, and our run defense was tough. And if you can't establish a running game of any kind, then the passing game gets difficult too.
It did seem like Kansas tried to establish both a run and a pass in order to get something going offensively, but those Black Shirts just don't allow that to happen.
Well, so far they haven't.
Knock on wood.
There, Brian Shaw put great pressure on the quarterback, and Johnner just had to unload the ball on 3rd down. And now a pretty good return here by Chevin Wiggins. And of course, Mike Fullman was injured fairly early in the ball game, and so Chevin had to do most of the punt returning. Now D'Angelo Evans is in the ball game and picks up 6 yards. Now a nice catch here by Rashawn Jackson, 24-yard gain on that particular play, and it was well thrown. It's a bootleg pass, and you see Scott set up, and Rashawn has really been playing well lately. We've been very pleased with his development. He's blocking well. He's doing everything in pretty good fashion. Now a play-action pass, and Scott Frost does a good job of pulling the ball down and runs up the middle here and gains 5. And now D'Angelo Evans on a good second effort, gain of 4, was hit right at the line of scrimmage. And now D'Angelo scores rather easily on a goal line defense. Usually you don't go in untouched against an 8-man or 9-man front.
Chris Dishman had a tremendous block from that guard spot, just flattened this guy.
Well, it looked like somebody did a good job up front.
A lot of people did.
So another nice scoring drive, and we're ahead 35-7 at this point.
Now Ben Roots is in the ballgame at quarterback for Kansas. Any mixed emotions at all about seeing Ben out there?
No, I'm glad to see him play.
Yeah, he's been hurt so much, you're right.
Yeah, I like Ben. He's a good guy, and yeah, he's got a quick arm, and but there we covered the receiver very well, and now the receiver is overthrown in that particular case, and we shut him down, and they had to give it back to us, and now we have only about a minute to score. We're out of timeouts. Chevin Wiggins on a blitz catches the ball, gain of 12, shovel pass. Amon Green does a nice job of running, gain of 13, first down. And now Scott does a good job here of hitting Johnny Vedral. John was trying to get out of bounds but couldn't quite get there. And now a good job hitting Chevin Wiggins right in between 2 defenders. And Chevin did get out of bounds, and that was a gain of 18. And now that jailbreak screen again, and this time Holbein's again on the receiving end, gains 15 and puts it in the end zone. So we scored in, I believe, 55 seconds.
And all that was done into that stiff breeze. You put the ball in the air a lot and did it very effectively.
And they were blitzing on that play, and of course this type of screen is sometimes very effective against a blitz. So we were fortunate, I guess, in calling the right play at the right time, at least on that drive. Sometimes we don't do that.
Well, the Huskers did a great job of running the 2-minute drill to perfection without timeouts in the last minute of the first half. Nebraska scores 35 points in an explosive second quarter to lead at 42-7 at the half. Coming up next on the show, Tom and I will be joined in the studio by this week's player guests. First up, we'll talk with a certain Nebraska quarterback who enjoyed his best day as a Husker, Scott Frost.
We're geared up for another great Husker season
at J.C. Penney.
And we can gear you up too. J.C. Penney is the place to go for all your Husker apparel. So before you go here, you better stop in here.
The same gear the coaches wear.
At great prices.
Go Huskers!
Adidas Sideline apparel at the J.C. Penney Husker Shop.
Welcome to Memorial Stadium, home of the defending national champion.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is Nebraska's #1 cellular service.
After a pick of a 14, that brings a 3rd down and 2 with the ball on the 16-yard line.
Cellular One, clear across Nebraska.
It's funny what a lot of pizza places call a pizza. Now this is what Valentino's calls a pizza. At Valentino's, we take great pride in creating perfect pizzas. We use absolutely the finest ingredients in making our award-winning pizza dough and sauces. So no matter what kind of pizza you order from Valentino's, you can count on it being perfectly delicious every time. Valentino's, you'll like what we do, and you'll love our pizza.
Get 2 rooms for 1 low price now at Rod Cushion's Furniture. Fill your living room with our spectacular 7-piece power packages. They start at just $4.99 up to $9.99 for a sofa, love seat, coffee table, 2 end tables, and 2 lamps. Dozens to choose from, including packages with reclining sofas. And when you buy any package, you can fill your kitchen or dining room with a 5-piece dinette absolutely free. Plus, we're also selling 2 Queen Anne chairs for 1 low price, just $99. And finance with 6 months savings cash with approved credit. Rod Cushion's Furniture, 5 locations, including our new South Lincoln store.
The spotlight of being the starting quarterback can be intense at Nebraska. Just ask our first guest. To say the least, the 1996 has been a memorable one for Scott Frost. And I think it's safe to say that the Kansas game is one that he won't forget. With 289 yards in total offense, it was easily his best day as a Husker. And he gets to cap his performance by joining us on the show this week. Scott, you're 12 of 16 passing, 254 yards through the air. How important was this game for you, and what will it do for you the rest of the year?
I think it's a big game for me. It was a big game for the whole offense. It was a real confidence booster for us, and we feel like we have the talent to play really well, and we've kind of been underachieving so far this year, so it was good to get out and play that well.
I think a lot of the fans watching this don't realize that this is pre-recorded. This is, what, about 12:30 a.m.?
Yeah.
So I appreciate you guys being willing to come down here. And did you take a nap, or did you just stay up?
No, I was too excited about being on the show, Coach. I couldn't get to sleep.
Yeah, you just couldn't wait to get here.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, you know, Scott, you've had a good season and played very well, and I realize you're under a lot of scrutiny. I think it's a little bit like when I followed Bob Devaney for a while. Everybody made comparisons, but have you been able to block a lot of that out and just concentrate on playing well and being yourself?
I have, especially lately. I think I learned a big lesson the first 2 weeks about not paying attention to what people are saying, and since then I've been able to kind of go ahead with it and just worry about how I played.
Well, you've really done well. I've been pleased with the way you've handled the pressure, because you know, it's not easy when people are talking about you and comparing you and one thing and another, and you kind of have to develop a little bit of tunnel vision, and apparently you've been successful in doing that, so we appreciate that.
Which was tougher, to go through some of the problems that, I guess, the scrutiny you've gone through this year, or that year when you had to sit out of football?
Well, they're both tough. I definitely would rather be doing what I'm doing this year. You know, I'd rather lose 3 or 4 games than have to sit out and not play, just like being on the field.
You got beat around a little bit by the scout team too.
Yeah, I did. I got my share of fights with Christian
Peter, Jason grabbing you by the throat every night.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit easier.
But let that happen with your quarterbacks?
Well, sometimes you know you can't protect them forever, and it does toughen them up.
They kind of turned their back on that scout team too. I can tell you that.
But you ran better tonight. Did you feel like you were kind of cutting loose a little bit?
Yeah, I felt more full speed tonight. I felt like I was more aggressive coming down the line, and you know, watching the films in the last few weeks, I think I needed to do that, and it made a big difference tonight.
Yeah, well, I thought your options were really good. Your throwing was excellent, and got some nice catches out of the receivers too, and that doesn't hurt.
So that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
It seemed like everything was in sync tonight for the offense.
Well, it was one of those nights, so we'll
need more like that.
Yeah, we'll plan on it too. Yeah, we'll play well. Well, Scott, thanks for coming down, and
you bet.
Go home, get a little sleep, and we'll wind up and try her again next week.
I got to let the excitement of the show wear off first.
Yeah, a lot of people never get over this.
That's true.
Well, if you're good, you know, we may have you back sometime.
Can't wait.
That's something to look forward to.
You bet.
That's Nebraska quarterback Scott Frost. When Tom and I come back, we'll be joined by another Scott, defensive tackle Scott Saltzman. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Memorial Stadium, home of the defending national champion.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is Nebraska's #1 cellular service.
After a pick of a 14, that brings a 3rd down and 2 with the ball on the 16-yard line.
Cellular One, clear across Nebraska.
Get 2 rooms for 1 low price now at Rod Cush's Furniture. Fill your living room with our spectacular 7-piece power packages. They start at just $4.99 up to $9.99 for a sofa, love seat, coffee table, 2 end tables, and 2 lamps. Dozens to choose from, including packages with reclining sofas. And when you buy any package, you can fill your kitchen or dining room with a 5-piece dinette absolutely free. Plus, we're also selling 2 Queen Anne chairs for 1 low price, just $99. And finance with 6 months savings cash with approved credit. Rod Cush's Furniture, 5 locations, including our new South Lincoln store.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but it's kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska Bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska Bookstore, home of the original Big Red Collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska Bookstore.
We're geared up for another great Husker season
at J.C. Penney,
and we can gear you up too. J.C. Penney is the place to go for all your Husker apparel. So before you go here, You better stop in here.
The same gear the coaches wear.
At great prices. Adidas sideline apparel at the JCPenney Husker shop.
It's funny what a lot of pizza places call a buffet. Now this is what Valentino's calls a buffet. Valentino's lunch and dinner buffets have more than 60 homemade entrees and salad bar items, lasagna, spaghetti, and other pasta dishes, fresh salads, desserts, and, of course, our award-winning pizza. So stop by for lunch or dinner today. The only thing small about our buffet is the price. Valentino's. You'll like what we do, and you'll love our buffet.
Injuries are a part of the game of football. Unfortunately, they have been a big part of Scott Saltzman's career. In fact, there have been many times over the last couple of years when people have wondered whether or not he would be able to continue playing. But this tough Texan has come back time and time again to become one of the most valuable players on the Husker defense and to be a guest on the Tom Osborne Show. And Scott joins us now. Scott, how tough has it been for you to continually persevere after injury to come back and play?
Well, from the pure physical point, it's pretty tough. But I think all the friends I've made and the coaching staff and the fact that we won 2 national championships really makes it worthwhile. You know, the first one, the second one were kind of tough. The third one, the fourth one, I kind of got used to it. The fifth and the sixth one, you know, no sweat. But, you know, I really owe it all to my teammates. You know, I've got a lot of great friends, and the coaching staff's always been behind me 100%. And, you know, that makes it a lot easier.
And he even comes in here with his hand all bandaged up to the top.
He's trying to get sympathy.
Yep.
Yeah. Has this all been on the same knee, Scott?
No, I've had 5 on my left knee, 1 on my right knee, and 1 on each shoulder all together.
You're just all beat up, aren't
you? I'm getting there. I'm an old man.
Yeah, and he says you're a tough Texan. If you're really tough, you wouldn't have to have all that surgery, right?
That's probably right. That's probably right.
Well, you've hung in there really well. You know, at the start of the season, I think I told you, I said, we get 20 plays a game out of you. That's all we want. And we've gotten, what, 25, 30?
About that. I'm averaging about 25 plays a game.
Well, the thing about Scott is he's got experience and he knows what to do, and really a solid player in there. And we lacked a little depth in that defensive line to start with. I think we're getting a little bit developed now, but we're coming on well. We really have appreciated that. And you're from Wichita Falls, and what's your coach's name down there?
Wayne LeBlue.
Wayne LeBlue. And Wayne has got a Texas accent. You can hardly understand him when you're talking. And Aaron Taylor's a teammate from down there. And I guess there's been a segment, some TV guys up here following you all week. Is that right?
Yeah. Actually, they're following Aaron, myself, and Mike Minner. Mike's from about 45 minutes from our hometown. And they've just been kind of going around and, you know, being so far away from home. A lot of the people that, you know, knew us in high school don't get a chance to follow us that much. And it's kind of been a surprise that they came up here. As a matter of fact, he's sitting right here. And but it's really nice. You know, our folks will get a good kick out of that, and some of our friends in high school and, you know, the people we grow up with will know that we just haven't disappeared in the woodwork, that we're still out there.
You're kind of a star now. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if I'd go that far, but
well, we think you are, and we're glad you're getting the attention down there. And I hope we say hello to Wayne down there and his brother. What's his brother's
Floyd.
name? Floyd.
Uncle Floyd.
The Blue Brothers. I see them all the time.
They come to every game.
Yeah, good guys.
Yep, they are.
Well, Scotty, thanks for being on, and just hold that body together for 4 or 5 more games, okay?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, no more chewing tobacco, right?
I won't.
Okay.
I'll tell you, I'll quit if you go out and have a steak with me.
Okay, that's the deal.
What about me, fellas? Come on now.
You're out of this. No, this is between Scott
I'm
and
sending this to break then.
Hey, and we're not. This is no bet, right? I mean, like those Miami, Florida State players got in trouble.
No bet.
NCAA, no, we're not betting on anything.
We're going to have to edit this all out now. Anyway, Scott, thanks for being with us, and congratulations on a great career at Nebraska.
Thank you.
Despite all the injuries. That's Nebraska defensive tackle Scott Saltzman. Our thanks to Scott Frost for also being with us and joining us here on the show. If you're just joining us, we're at halftime with Nebraska on top, 42-7. It's time for another break, but don't go away. When we come back, we'll get right back to the action with a look at quarter number 3. Stay with us.
Higher education keeps us in step with tomorrow. At Amigos, we believe in investing in the future. That's why we offer a scholarship program to our employees who are furthering their education.
As a student, you can start thinking about the STEP program when you're in high school.
I started when I was 15, and so by the time I got to college, I was already at 50% tuition.
I've earned over $3,000 or close to $3,000 being in the STEP program.
People like to help other people. That's what we do.
The Thompsons got their home equity installment loan from First Bank, not just because they could finance their car and deduct the interest, or get convenient ways to manage their money, or pay for the new addition to their home. They chose First Bank because the bank loaned them 100% of the equity in their home, which let them consolidate their finances and their family all at once.
Winning isn't just about trying harder. It's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call 1-800-445-3350.
Take it on.
Welcome back to the Tom Osborne Show. We head to the third quarter with the Huskers on top and in cruise control with a 5-touchdown lead, 42-7. And Tom, the second half gets underway much like the first half did with another great defensive stand. Kansas gets the football and the Black Shirts again shut them down.
Well, they throw the swing pass and the ball's knocked loose. We weren't quite able to recover it, but they lost yardage on the play and excellent job there by Wistrom and Foreman. Now the ball's dropped. Ben Roots is playing quarterback here. It was intended for Friday. And now a good job, excellent pressure. And that was, I believe, a sack.
Yeah, Jason Peter in there getting some great penetration. You see him just completely beat the guard on the play. And it's Matt Johnner in the quarterback there. And Jason has a sack. And he played well with that broken hand.
Sure did. And really pleased with the effort that he was able to put forth and the pressure here. Amon Green gets hurt. He has a nice run there and a gain of about 11 or 12 yards and then had to leave the game. Now this case the cornerback blitzed and so Brendan Holbein was all by himself. Nice throw there, gain of 34 yards, and now D'Angelo Evans is in the game, runs hard and picks up 6 yards. And dropped the ball. I think they ruled that he was down. Now Scott Frost on an option play hits the seam there and really didn't have to break any tackles or anything. It was well blocked, gain of 9, and we'll see a replay here. And they had overloaded their defense to the opposite side, and Scott fortunately audibled and changed the play over to the right side and ran it in, and it was certainly well blocked by our fullback and our right guard and our tight end.
And John Zadiska did a great job there, big number 64. You saw the numbers for Scott on the day, 289 yards in total offense, pretty close to the Nebraska school record for a single game. Jerry Taggy was over there on the sideline sweating it out.
Well, that was a good play there by Jamel Williams earlier, and then a nice play there. Our secondary came over and made the tackle. We had in this case kind of baited him into trying to throw the deep ball to Bird and almost got the interception. Mike Minner was over there on the coverage. Now a shovel pass, and that was a fairly successful play for them. That was to Van, gain of 12. Roots is in the game now, and in this case on a 3rd and 8, he simply got tripped up as he was backing out from under the center.
Home field advantage?
I guess so. It's one of those things where you just get tripped up by the center of the guard. Now Scott loses the ball here. This was one time that we had the ball on the ground. I think Kenny Cheatham maybe got back on it. And so Scott gained 4 on that play. Now D'Angelo Evans really gets hit hard, and that was on a 4th down play, but fortunately for us, Kansas had 12 men on the field.
A lot of times players get stopped when you have an extra guy.
Maybe it was that extra guy that was sitting in the hole, and we had no way to block him. So that keeps the drive alive, and now D'Angelo gets 6 tough yards around the right side, And now he's going to pick up 10. Makes a nice cut. And D'Angelo is a strong runner. Seems to take punishment very well.
Should mention we've got Matt Turman in the game at quarterback right now, and here's another big run by Joel Makovica.
Yeah, Joel really showed good strength there. It's a 17-yard gain. It was a trap play right up the middle. We're going to see a replay of it here. And you'll see our right guard, I think at that point was Aaron Taylor maybe playing the right guard. He made the trap block. Joel broke a couple of tackles. And so now Matt Turman carries the ball in an option play and picks up 5 yards, takes the ball down to the 2. And frankly, right now, I wasn't necessarily trying real hard to score points. That sounds like a strange thing to say. We probably would have run an option or something there normally. We ran an isolation, and we came up just short of the goal line. So at this point, Kansas takes over in their own end zone. Ben Roots is trying to throw the ball deep here, and a great interception. I believe that was Greg List who came across. Greg is out of Valentine. Of course, his dad, Jerry, played here at the university as a tight end back in the 70s. And so it's a nice play by Greg in this particular case. And I believe we intercepted maybe 2 of Ben's passes during the day.
Right, Ben was 9 of 18 on the day. He and John both had 94 yards passing for Kansas, including that big bomb for their only touchdown of the night.
Okay,
now you've got the ball in great field position again.
Yeah, good option play, well executed, good blocks out in front. Damon Benning makes a nice run of 14 yards, and now Damon comes back with a real nice run up the middle. Shows good balance, gain of 11, and a touchdown. This was a dive play, and the safety was free and just hit Damon after he gained about 4 yards, and Damon broke the tackle and took it on in and did a nice job. So at this point, we're certainly very, very comfortable lead, 56-7. Still a lot of time left in the third quarter, and we really substituted freely. That's Jerome Peterson on the tackle there, tackling Bird. Now a good job by the interior of the defensive line, short gain there. Now Roots is back to pass, and good coverage there, and it was incomplete. Now another possible interception by List.
Greg was 1 for 2 on the night.
Yeah, he had the ball right in his hands. Probably would have scored on that play.
Yeah, there wasn't anybody there.
But there was excellent pressure on Roots at that point. Now an option play here, and Damon Benning picks up about 4 yards around the left side, and that was the end of the third quarter.
It was a great third quarter for Nebraska. They continue to hold on to their lead. In fact, Nebraska increases its lead after 3 quarters to 56-7. Stick around. We've got 1 more quarter to go, and we'll get to the fourth quarter highlights right after this.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book On Solid Ground from the Nebraska bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska bookstore, home of the original Big Red collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska bookstore.
When it comes to takeout, it's funny how a lot of pizza places define variety. Now this is how Valentino's defines variety. Valentino's takeout menu offers more than 60 homemade entrees and salad items. Everything from lasagna, spaghetti, and other pastas to fresh salads, desserts, and of course, our award-winning pizza. It's fresh, ready to go, and it's what we call variety. Valentino's, you'll like what we do, and you'll love our variety.
Welcome to Memorial Stadium, home of the defending national champion.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is Nebraska's #1 cellular service.
After a pickup of 14, that brings a 3rd down and 2 with the ball on the 16-yard line.
Cellular One, clear across Nebraska.
We're geared up for another great Husker season
at J.C. Penney,
and we can gear you up too. J.C. Penney is the place to go for all your Husker apparel. So before you go here, you better stop in here.
The same gear the coaches wear.
At great prices.
Go
Adidas sideline apparel at the JCPenney Husker shop.
It's been all Nebraska so far, and that doesn't change in the fourth quarter, but the Husker lineup sure does. In all, 101 players got into the game for Nebraska, and by the time the fourth quarter began, the day was done for the Husker starters, but for many of the reserves, it was just beginning. As it was a good moon rising, I guess you could say, over Lincoln, with Nebraska comfortably in front, 56-7, as we move into the fourth quarter of play. That drive that Nebraska had at the end of the third quarter stalls, and you punt the football away, and again, Jesse Cush did a great job for you.
Well, this was into the wind, and a tremendous kick. And here John Hess, as he's done throughout his career, does a great job of covering. And you know, this is late in the game. That's a starter in there, and he's just doing a great job. And now they get a short gain. That's Eric Van, I think, for 4 or 5 yards, and now another gain of about 8. And excellent job here. That was Julius Jackson on the tackle and Travis Toline, who a couple of our second unit players who did a nice job on Van. Looked like Van could have gotten hurt there. He was hit from behind and hit in front by Toline. And pretty good pressure on Roots here. A nice throw by Ben. And he hits Van for a gain of 20 yards before Greg List makes the stop. And then he throws one out here to Mike Brown. Mike made a nice play on the ball. And Mike's a true freshman out of Phoenix area. And he, along with Ralph Brown, gave us 2 freshman defensive backs that have seen a lot of playing time this year.
You've had Ralph Brown in there starting. You've got Mike Brown in here playing late in the ballgame, but he also got in there earlier when the injury to Mike Follman hit. Michael Booker also went down with an injury for a time being. But you've had some of those younger guys have really had to step up. Jerome Peterson's another one.
Right. Those guys, you know, Jerome is a redshirt freshman, and then these 2 guys are true freshmen, but we lose 7 defensive backs next year, and they're going to have to be able to play. Now Matt Turman hands off to James Sims, Jay Sims, I guess is what he prefers to be called, and he gains 9. And now a little play-action pass, and he dumps the ball out here to Aaron Wills, and Aaron makes a good run. Aaron's from Omaha Burke High School, and a gain of 19 yards. We'll see another shot of that, I believe. And Matt was looking originally for his crossing tight end, T.J. DeBates, and T.J. got knocked down eventually there, and Aaron Wills was the outlet receiver and does a nice job.
You see 9 different players caught passes in the ballgame. That's pretty good distribution.
We spread it around. Now Matt, on an option play, audibled that, and Jay Sims gets a nice run again of 9. And now Josh Cobb out of Wallace, Nebraska, 6-man player, breaks into the end zone and scores, and is excited. And but a good surge by that offensive line. You know,
they might have a parade in Wallace.
Well, I'm sure that they took notice of that. And but Josh is a good player. You know, he's coming along, really doing well. He's a good fullback and has pretty good speed. We got a lot of young guys in there now, and they're playing well, playing hard. And see here, a couple broke. Now that's where Chad Blahak got hurt. Cornerback. His dad used to play for us, and he got banged up. Well, Jay Sims now cuts back, and another good gain.
Did you have any serious injuries in the game?
Well, we had. I don't know. We'll probably know a day or two.
Weekend,
yeah, I don't think we had anybody hurt real bad. Nice run there by Damon Benning. And now another run by Sims, gain of 9.
Jeff Prano's in there at quarterback for you.
And Chad Eicher up the middle here. Chad is a very good student. I think he's in pre-med, a good ball carrier. Now Monte Cristo pitches the ball back, and that was Steve Raymond, I believe, who carried the ball for a gain of 4. And now Jason Olness, probably our 6th I-back to play. Gained 6, and now Ben Kingston on 4th down just about broke it. The guy just barely made the tackler. Ben would have scored, and that was on a 4th and 9, and we didn't quite get a ball in the end zone. So anyway, the game's over. We tried not to runner-up inning, and I think that overall the players did a great job.
And played well, and 63-7, certainly a deserving score for the Cornhuskers, who are now 6-1 on the year, thanks to Josh Cobb getting into the end zone. Nebraska adds 7 more points in the fourth quarter and wins it 63-7. And as I said, they are now 6-1 on the year, and the Huskers continue to stay atop the standings in the Big 12's Northern Division at 4-0. There's still more to come on the show. When we come back, you'll meet a Husker who puts the big into Big Red.
Ben Nelson has a proven record of higher taxes and more spending. As governor, Ben Nelson increased income taxes and taxes on family farms, all to pay for a 31% increase in state spending. He increased his office travel by 433% and even paid a former associate $126,000 to be his Washington lobbyist. That's your tax money he's wasting. Ben Nelson, we believe he's too liberal with your money.
If you're serious about developing rock-hard abs, well, there's only one choice. It's the Ab Roller Plus. It's the last abdominal product you'll ever have to buy.
Introducing the Ab Roller Plus, the only complete abdominal workout that supports your head and neck for a safe yet super intense abdominal workout.
These people have never used the Ab Roller Plus before today. When I tried, it was phenomenal. My back didn't hurt, my neck didn't hurt.
I think it's a lot easier than doing sit-ups, easier in the neck and back.
For just 3 easy payments of $29.95, we'll include this free 5 easy moves in 5 minutes workout video. Get maximum results with minimum strain. Call and order the Ab Roller Plus right now.
Make the call today and get the Ab Roller Plus.
Use your credit card and call 1-800-860-6336 to order the Ab Roller in just 3 payments of $29.95 plus $12.95 shipping in U.S. funds, or send check or money order to the address shown. That's 1-800-860-6336. Call now.
Good health. Nothing is more important, but taking care of your family's health isn't easy. How do you know what over-the-counter drugs are safe? What's the right exercise program? When should you see a doctor? Now, NTV can help you answer those questions. Every Tuesday through Thursday night at 10, Eric Day will help you check your vital signs. It's medical news designed to help you get healthy and stay healthy in the first place. NTV News, bringing health news you can use to your hometown.
Growing up in Nebraska, Jeff Ogard was like any other little kid. He had dreams of one day playing football for the Huskers. Well, suffice it to say, Jeff isn't so little anymore, and his proof is that his dreams do come true. At 6'6", 310 pounds, and maybe a little more, Jeff Ogard is the Big Red's biggest. And now in his senior season, he's emerged as one of its best. After spending 4 seasons as an understudy on the defensive line, he's now starring in a lead role for the first time in his career, and he's having the time of his life.
It's been quite an experience. It's been a great experience, but it's been a real learning process. Kind of, I thought slow at times, but you know that's the way it goes for some people. And I just had to take my time and learn from some of the older guys, and the coaching staff is always one of the top in the nation. So it's been definitely a learning experience, and now I feel like I finally got my chance. I'm going to make the best I can of it. I feel like each game I'm getting better and better, so it's been kind of one of a goal of mine, just to keep improving each week. And it's been a great year. It's flying by, unfortunately.
Heading into the '96 season, Jeff had some big shoes to fill at the open tackle spot. Now, for a guy his size, that wouldn't ordinarily be too big of a problem, but those weren't ordinary shoes he was filling. They belong to Nebraska's inspirational former team captain, Christian Peter.
Well, you'd never know Jeff was around. Is that what you mean? Christian did all the talking. Yeah, now you don't hear anything. The meetings are real quiet. You don't even know Jeff's there. I have to turn around sometimes to look to see if he's in class or if he's in the meeting, because he does have class some days. But, you know, Jeff's, just a listener, and he's not a very outgoing person as far as, yelling and hollering and screaming and being that kind of a leader that Christian was. And, in some respects it might be a little refreshing.
Jeff may be quiet and unassuming off the field, but his mere presence has always spoken volumes. Just ask former high school rival and current Husker teammate Chris Dishman.
I remember he was just a big kid, Back then he was huge, and, I grew up a little bit, but he's still been about the same size as he is now. And that's kind of intimidating, seeing when you come into a wrestling match and you have to go against someone that big, and it was pretty fun.
The two Husker heavyweights have waged their fair share of head-to-head battles over the years, but the most memorable occurred in the finals of the '92 State Wrestling Championships won by Ogard. Now, both admit their wrestling careers have been over for a long time, but memories of the match never fade away.
Yeah, I remember pretty good. It was really an even match until the third period, and somehow I got a lucky move and scored a lot of points on them, and I just stayed on top until it was over.
Jeff beat me fair and square, and I take a loss, and I don't take it that well, but he beat me pretty good, and I can't. There's no way I can look back. He got the tapes, and he'll bring it to my house and show it to me if I said anything different.
We try not to bring it up too much, but once in a while when Chris would get a little cocky and stuff, I'd mention that up, and he would give me heck for all reliving old dreams and stuff, but we still have good laughs about that.
Living in a dream world wouldn't really be anything new for the St. Paul native. After all, when a lifelong Nebraska fan becomes a Husker, it's almost too good to be true. In fact, it was so good that when he told his parents that he was offered a scholarship to attend NU, they didn't believe him.
I told him that Coach Osborne offered me a scholarship, and they just kind of blew it off and thought I was joking around. And I had to tell them I'm serious. He offered me a scholarship, and after a while, they finally kind of sunk in. They realized that he really did. They're having just about as much fun as I am. I think they're going to be as sad as I am when it's over.
Now for Jeff Ogard, the reality is that his career at Nebraska is coming to an end. While McBride has empathy for his senior tackle, he and the Huskers' big man in the middle also have a sense of satisfaction in all that he's accomplished at NU.
The thing that's sad about it a little bit is that a kid that's played that well only gets his 1 year, to be here, but I think he's enjoying it. And I think the thing I get out of it the most is to see him improve, each week. And that's the thing that's the fun about the business anyway, is, if those kids are playing and they're happy, that's the reward you reap from coaching.
I don't feel like I've lost years because I wasn't a starter. I felt like I've helped people out during the years, and people helped me out so I can be where I'm at now. I just try and do the best I can.
Thanks to Rick Schwiger for helping to put that piece together. And Jeff Ogard just seems to be a true team player. He's just a very good guy to have around.
Yeah, he's a really good-hearted guy. He's very strong. He's a great player, and we really needed him this year, and he's really stepped it up.
Valuable member on the Black Shirts. Tom and I will come back to close out the show right after this.
Vince and Brenda Fuller are First Bank customers, not just because they have Checking Plus, which protects them from overdrafts, and a line of credit, which protects them from the unexpected. The Fullers are First Bank customers because at midnight, a banker helped them find their checking error and transfer funds to cover it, which protected them from a sleepless night.
Get 2 rooms for one low price now at Rod Cushion's Furniture. Fill your living room with our spectacular 7-piece power packages. They start at just $4.99 up to $9.99 for a sofa, love seat, coffee table, 2 end tables, and 2 lamps. Dozens to choose from, including packages with reclining sofas. And when you buy any package, you can fill your kitchen or dining room with a 5-piece dinette absolutely free. Plus, we're also selling 2 Queen Anne chairs for one low price, just $99. And finance with 6 months savings cash with approved credit. Rod Cushion's Furniture, 5 locations, including our new South Lincoln store.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska bookstore, home of the original Big Red collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska bookstore.
Higher education keeps us in step with tomorrow. At Amigos, we believe in investing in the future. That's why we offer a scholarship program to our employees who are furthering their education.
As a student, you can start thinking about the STEP program when you're in high school.
I started when I was 15, and so by the time I got to college, I was already at 50% tuition.
I've earned over $3,000 or close to $3,000 being in the STEP program. People like to help other people. That's what we do.
Winning isn't just about trying harder. It's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, personal edge can make the difference.
Call 1-800-445-3350. Tom Osborne's wardrobe has been furnished by Gary Michaels Clothiers in Lincoln and Hastings. Truly, Nebraska's leader in fine gentleman's apparel.
Welcome back once again to the Tom Osborne Show. Nebraska heads back to the road next week to take on Oklahoma. And Tom, Oklahoma got off to a tough start in 1996, but they had the big win over Texas a couple of weeks ago. This seems to be a different team, maybe a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah, they're playing a lot better. You know, even in the loss to Kansas, they had all kinds of yards and just shot themselves in the foot in the kicking game and played Kansas evenly, and then they beat Baylor. So I think they've got a little bit of momentum. They came close to Kansas State. So they're a dangerous football team. They're a lot better than they were maybe 5-6 weeks ago.
Sure will seem different to play Oklahoma, not at the end of the season, but in the middle of the year.
Yeah, it's going to be different, and but it still counts the same. You know, it counts one game in the Big 12, and we got to play well.
Well, good luck next week.
Thank you.
That's Nebraska head football coach Tom Osborne, and that's all the time we have for this week's show. We want to remind you to check your local listings and join us on the kickoff show as we get ready for the Sooner game. And of course, Tom and I will be here next week with all of the highlights of Nebraska and Oklahoma right here on the Tom Osborne Show. So for Tom Osborne and our Husker Vision crew, I'm Bill Dolman. We'll see you next week.
The Tom Osborne Show has been sponsored in part by the Pacific Realty Group.